50.
Oh, that's yours.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6. To you, Katie.
Are we live? Tech team, great. I would now like to call to order the August 14th, 2024 meeting of the Indiana State Board of Education. Roll call, please.
Mr. Best,
Here.
Ms. DeLosa,
Present.
Mr. Durham,
Present.
Dr. Ernest,
Here.
Mr. Gastineau,
Here.
Ms. Hamill,
Here.
Mr. Mapes,
Here.
Ms. Moat,
Here.
Ms. Rentschler,
Here.
Mr. Watts,
Here.
and Dr. Jenner.
Here. Let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Board, before I take the motion to approve the agenda, if I could have someone make a motion to move item 6, public comment, to the current item 8, and the rest move up in order for the public to hear all of the discussion on both reading and the second draft of the high school rule first.
So move. Oh, second. Whoever.
So however you want to note that, I will leave that to you. With a motion and a second, any discussion? All in favor to approve the agenda?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the July 17th, 2024 meeting?
So moved.
Second.
With a motion and a second, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so I'm going to try to keep my comments short and sweet today because we have a really, really big meeting, an important meeting, and want to give as much time to reading and high school redesign as we can. The first thing I will call out is school's back in session in Indiana. The buses are rolling. You've probably seen them out. I know we have many people in the audience who contribute to making sure our schools have the most successful year as possible, and thank you for that. On Monday, I had the opportunity to kick off the school year in Harrison County, which is Corden, for those of you who don't know. So their teachers were in high spirits and laughing, and the theme was under construction because evidently, and I'm looking at some of the principals and superintendents in the room, every single one of their buildings and athletic fields has some sort of construction, which is rough operationally, but they are like taking the theme and running with it. So they're also saying that their classrooms are under construction to just keep improving their learning, but really enjoyed that in Harrison Community School Corporation, South Harrison Community School Corporation in Corden. Also, last week, we announced the top 10 finalists for the 2025 Indiana Teacher of the Year. And as you know, we have in Indiana over 65,000 teachers. So to be named top 10 is remarkable. So I would like to read those names off really quick. Just again, what a huge honor, and thank you to each of these individuals. Justin Allison, MSD of Wayne Township, specifically Ben Davis High School. Dana Cade, Plainfield Community School Corporation at Clarks Creek Elementary. Chet Dixon, Mooresville Consolidated School Corporation at Mooresville High School. Molly Fountain, Bartholomew Consolidated School Corporation at Northside Middle School. Chelsea Hainline at Huntington County Community School Corporation. She's at Huntington North High School. Ellie Minogue, That could go a number of ways. I probably just messed that up. Ellie, shout out to Ellie. At Tippecanoe School Corporation, Klondike Elementary School. Graciela Merida at Metropolitan School District of Pike Township, Pike High School. And Nicole Shattuck, thank you to the Purdue person right next to me, the phone a friend. Nicole Shattuck at Purdue Polytechnic High School at Inglewood. Susan Marie Schell at Michigan City Area Schools, and she's at Marsh Elementary School. And last but not least, Shelley Swain, Richmond Community Schools at Star Elementary. A huge congratulations to those top 10 Indiana teachers. Yeah, you can clap. So keep an eye out. We will narrow that down to a top 3, and then the person who is the finalist gets a major surprise at their school, and that will be later this fall. Today we will hear again all about our iRead results, and we'll hear from Lynn Schemmel and Dr. Rebecca Estes, and then we'll also hear from, I will take the mic for a little bit and talk through our high school second draft. So on that note, are there any other board comments or reports? I'm sure we'll have a lot of dialogue soon. So on that note, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
With a motion and a second, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So we'll immediately shift into discussion. Let's start with iRead 3 results.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having us today. Can we get the slideshow? You ready? Okay, next slide, please. So again, good morning. Dr. Rebecca Estes and I will be sharing data, information, and updates regarding our most recent iRead results and various supports and interventions and initiatives that we've implemented over the last few years. Next slide, please. First, let's look at the 2023-2024 iRead results for last year's groups of grade 3 students. Next slide. As we look at the results, here are some reminders. This is our raw data, which includes proficiency levels from our grade 3 students who took the exam last school year as a grade 3 student or the year prior as a grade 2 student. Students who participate in IM, or alternate assessment, do not take the iRead assessment. The assessment is given in person and is electronic. 2 years ago, we began giving students auto-generated forms instead of fixed forms. Last year, we added phonics videos for the phonics items, which could be used for all students, not just those with accommodations. We removed the time limits. We found that over 99% of the students were finishing well within the amount of time, even those students with accommodations for extended time were completing the test within the time limits. And lastly, we were able to remove those standards which were removed during our streamlining process as we revised our future-focused Indiana academic standards. So let's look at our results. This first data slide contains our overall proficiency results, and we've added some trend lines. You can see that prior to the pandemic, our iRead scores were on a decline in all years except from spring 2014 to spring of 2015. Post-pandemic, though, our scores have increased each year, with the spring of 2024 being the largest increase since we began testing with an increase of 0.6 percentage points. 82.5% of grade 3 students passed our iRead assessment in the spring or summer or during the prior year's grade 2 administration. Compared to last year, 341 more students passed the assessment. Of those students who didn't pass, some students may be eligible for a good cause exemption, which exempts them from additional testing. Good cause exemption criteria is adjusted for the upcoming administration. All students who do not pass will continue to participate until they pass or enter grade 7. Next, we'll look at various student population groups. So first, our ethnicity subgroups. This slide represents the last 4 years of data broken down by ethnicity. Our biggest gains were achieved by our Black, multiracial, and Asian students of 3%, 1.2, and 1.1 percentage points respectively, while Hispanic and American Indian percentage passing rates decreased. This slide represents our passing proficiency rates for our general education students and our special education students. Our special education students outgrew our general education students. Special education students increased by 2.2 percentage points, while our general education students increased by 0.1 percentage points. This next slide represents our passing proficiency rates for our English learners and our non-English learners. Our non-English learners grew 0.5 percentage points, while our English learners dropped 0.4 percentage points. And then our last overall data slide represents passing proficiency rates for our socioeconomic status based on paid meals and free and reduced price meals. Our students who receive free and reduced price meals scores increased 1.9 percentage points, while students with paid meals decreased 1.5 percentage points. So in summary, some key takeaways. As we saw in the overall proficiency rates, longitudinal trends for all students, scores were declining prior to the pandemic in all but one administration. As we've shared the last 3 years, the pandemic only helped to highlight the critical need for literacy support. And since the pandemic, our scores have continued to increase, with this past year's being the largest single-year increase. As we went through each data slide, I highlighted a few groups whose overall proficiency rates increased or decreased. Beyond 1 year of growth, some groups have increased for 3 consecutive years after that initial year post-pandemic. Our Black students not only grew 3.2 percentage points this past year, but overall, since the pandemic, they've grown 6.6 percentage points. Our special education students this past year grew 2.2 percentage points, while over the 3 years, they've grown 4.7 percentage points. Our students receiving free or reduced price meals grew 1.8 percentage points this past year, but over the 3 years, they've grown 3.4 percentage points. Our Hispanic students and our English learners both saw decreases of 0.3 and 0.4 percentage points.
And pausing really quick, I mean, that's a trend we've talked about as a State Board of Ed, where we're seeing movement with our Black students, with our special education students, with our free reduced lunch students. But that's an area that we've called out multiple times, but we have to continue to focus on our English language learners and our Hispanic students. I think just so the board knows, as a excuse me, as a Department of Education, we're going to take a deeper dive into that as well. So are they EL students who are just arriving in our schools and have been in here less than a year? Are they EL students who have been with us since kindergarten? But because that trend has continued where others are moving, just know that we're going to take a deep dive in, try to figure out what we can do.
Thank you. If we think about our literacy goal of achieving 95% passing for all students by 2027, where are we at currently? So currently 20% of our schools, or 277 of them, are achieving that goal. This is an increase of 35 schools from last year. As an early indicator of reading proficiency success, we implemented the option for schools to opt in their grade 2 students to participate in the spring administration. This past spring was our 3rd year of implementation. Students who pass at grade 2 have met the requirement and do not participate again in grade 3. Students who do not pass either perform at levels of on track or at risk. Students who are on track to pass by the spring of grade 3 with typical third grade instruction and monitoring of other data points. Students who are at risk are not on track to pass by the grade 3 spring administration and need immediate supports. The first year of this implementation, about 38% of our schools participated. The following year, 78% participated, and this past year, 83% of our schools opted in to participate. All students in grade 2 will participate beginning in the spring of 2025. So this past year, about 23,000 additional grade 2 students participated, with 43% of the students passing and meeting the requirement. 16% are on track to pass by the end of grade 3, and 41% of those students need targeted support. Some key takeaways of participation in grade 2. 59% of the students have passed or are on target to pass by the end of grade 3. Of the students who were on track last year, 97% of those students passed this past spring, and 56% of the students who scored at risk last year received intensive interventions and supports, and then they passed in their grade 3 administration in the spring of 2024.
And I want to pause on that one too, because I think that's putting the iRead or allowing that to be taken in grade 2 was in many respects a big bet for us as a board because it's another assessment. We allowed it to be opt-in. We saw the numbers grow with schools who opted in, but you can see that with 97% of our second graders who are on track passing, and then obviously our schools and our teachers are providing interventions to those students who are at risk, 56% of those passed. I think what an opportunity we have to turn that corner even more and get a higher percentage of students who are at risk passing. But again, we've heard over and over the benefit of that early indicator in second grade. So thank you, Lynn and team, for administering that. I think, and I've said this before, I think that you all pushed that, and I almost killed the idea before it was released because it was another assessment. And it is proven to be spot on and very helpful as an opt-in that is now growing. So thank you.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, beginning this year, all students in grade 2 will participate in the spring administration. Those students then who do not pass will be able to also participate in the summer retest. That's an additional opportunity that we're providing this coming school year, or this current school year. That they'll be able to participate in the summer retest, giving them an extra opportunity if they receive the support they need prior to retesting.
Good morning. In addition to early identification and being able to intervene in an effort to support schools in reaching that 95% goal, the literacy cadre was created. Initially, schools were invited to join the cadre, and next slide. As you can see, from the 2022 rollout to the most recent recruitment cycle, the interest has grown significantly. So while several of you in the room are very in tune with the details, I do want to outline what the literacy cadre is.
Could you pull your mic in just a little?
Yep.
Thank you.
Next. Essentially, it was developed to provide comprehensive support and financial support for schools to dive into ensuring all of their efforts are aligned with science of reading and having a positive impact on students. By joining the literacy cadre, schools are provided with financial support for a school-based literacy coach, specialists to provide support for coaches, leaders, and teachers in summer trainings. Next. Implementation guidance and support to maximize the use of data, financial support for supplemental resources where needed, collaboration opportunities, and a variety of other training and supports as they work towards ensuring all kids can read. It comes as no surprise to me that through this very intentional, comprehensive support model, literacy cadre schools saw an overall 2.5% increase on iRead this year. That's 2.3% over the overall growth seen by non-cadre schools.
Okay, so I'm going to pause you there, and the board does too. It is exciting to have the highest year-over-year increase ever in the history since the start of the test. Yes, that's a good thing. What we're looking at right here is an outstanding thing. It's unbelievably exciting because it moved the needle significantly more. We have a proof point to lean into more with, of the literacy schools, they saw a 2.5% increase, whereas those not in the literacy cadre, they saw a 0.2% increase. And we're going to hear, I know, from a couple of probably 3 of those schools today, but traveling the state, so much of it is leadership locally and intentionality to support teachers and making sure they have the very best training. So not to get too excited too quick, but this right here, I think, is the story. The investment, the return on investment is paying off for more students.
Well, I can just stop there.
No.
So yes, while we are very excited about the 2.5% increase, it just reiterates the fact that it's critical for each and every one of us to double down on what's making a difference for kids. So as we continue to accelerate, we also want to take a moment to celebrate successes. The 10 Cadre schools displayed here saw the highest growth from 2023 to 2024. A huge shout out to all of these schools. As Dr. Jenner mentioned, we are going to spotlight a couple of them. This morning, I want to spotlight Sand Creek with a 32.5% increase, Pleasant Run with a 21.5% increase, and Snacks Crossing with an 18.5% increase. There's a lot of point increases up there, so take a moment just to take that in. There are lots more schools that could be up here. The slide is very small, though, so we went with top 10. While we are absolutely planning to continue to work with all schools who saw significant growth to learn more about implementation of supports, the intentionality behind that, because it's so important to continue to reflect and continue to learn on what's working, we wanted to give you an opportunity to hear from a few people who are doing the good work. So first, I would like to allow Dr. Ann Elsner, Director of Literacy Programs at Marian University's Center for Vibrant Schools, a moment to share her perspective as one of our partners in implementing the literacy cadre work. And as Dr. Elsner wraps up, I would invite Principal Danielle Jones and team from Snacks Crossing to share some key takeaways from their perspective. I'm going to say the whole order so that we can just continue on. Additionally, Cell at UIndy is a literacy cadre partner, and Executive Director Carrie Dank will share insights, followed by Dr. Nikki Johnson and Sand Creek team. Then last, but certainly not least, Principal Travis Kumler and the Pleasant Run team will share their insights. So I will turn it over to Dr. Ann Elsner first.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so I'm going to share a little bit about my perspective about what I have felt has been most effective in the design of the cadre to support this growth. So this past year, Marian University supported 30 schools. This was our first year doing the cadre. So we were supporting 30 schools in cohort 2, and then this year we've added 60 schools in cohort 3. And we're really excited about the growth in reading achievement across the state, especially for our cadre schools. And the 2 parts of the program that, from my perspective, I really see being effective in supporting this growth are professional development and our literacy training support specialists. So for our professional development, we provide the week-long training you heard about in the summer, and then every 2 weeks there's a 90-minute virtual session in which we have experts on our own Marian University team that present content, and we also bring in national experts. So for example, last year we brought in Natalie Wexler to talk about the role of background knowledge in increasing comprehension, writing, and oral language. And tomorrow we have a national expert on MTSS to talk about, now that you have your screening data, what do you do with it, right? How do we best respond to that data? One of the best pieces of feedback we received on our evaluation at the end of last year about our professional development was one teacher who wrote, "I have learned more about teaching reading in the last year than in the past 15 years, thanks to my work with the Indiana Literacy Cadre with Marian University." But we all know that professional development is not enough. We have a lot of amazing professional development happening across the state. I happen to have the Keys to Literacy manual here, so as teachers are doing their 80 hours of training, right, you get this big book. The challenge is to take that amazing training and put it into practice. And this is where I see such the power of the Indiana Literacy Cadre, because through the cadre, each school is assigned a literacy training support specialist, and that's a member of our Marian University literacy team who I call the coach of the coach. So they go in and coach the schools weekly on how to take all these best practices they're learning and actually put them into practice in the messy context that is schools with so many demands happening. And specifically, the school-based instructional coaches hear from their coaches multiple times a week, and they get an in-person visit every month. And our coaches support the instructional coaches, the school-based instructional coaches, as well as the administrators. And specifically, they support on analyzing and responding to data, evaluating and implementing curriculum, and as well as implementing those evidence-based, those research-based best practices into the classroom. And I heard from one of my LTSs this past week. We were just talking about how our job is going, and she sent me this email that I'm going to share, just one line. I'm not going to read a whole long email. Many of the schools I'm in have lots of curricular stuff, and their teachers have been exposed to all sorts of great science of reading professional development and knowledge. But it's their instructional practices in the classroom that are most impacting student engagement and success. In my role, I can support implementation of the instructional practices. So essentially for 2 years through the Cadre, schools have literacy experts at their fingertips that they can call for help and support in problem solving through this program. And while I know there's still a lot more work to do, we're excited about the growth, but we know how much more we want to support more students across the state. We're excited to use what we've learned in year 1 in the Cadre at Marian University to continue to support the students the schools that we're working with. So now I'm excited to bring on Dr. Jones to talk about the work in one of our schools, Snacks Crossing. Thank you.
And I know one person might be presenting from each school, but if all of you could just come up and stand behind, we know how much it is a team effort. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us today. It is a pleasure to be here from Snacks Crossing. I am not a doctor, by the way, not yet. I don't know if that is in the future. I don't know if you're speaking to me, but I'm not a doctor yet. I am Danielle Jones, and I am the proud principal of Snacks Crossing Elementary School. This is my 2nd year as principal at Snacks, and I have really enjoyed being at my school. I have an amazing team, and I'm going to introduce you to them. I have my instructional coach, Mrs. Deb Kerstaff, and my Indiana Literacy Cadre coach, Charlotte Milton. And so she is one of those who was trained by Marian, who has been very essential in our growth this year.
So I just had a board member say, where are you from? Snacks Creek Elementary School is in...
Snacks Crossing. We are in Pike Township.
Is in Pike Township.
Yep, northwest side of Indianapolis.
A neighbor of yours,
yep.
Mr. Mapes. Thank you.
So there are 3 reasons I think attribute to our success, and some were touched on today. One of them is intentional planning. My team, I have an amazing team of specialists in my building, and so we meet bi-weekly specifically looking at data. We focus on the progress monitoring data that we have. We focus on flexible groups and progress monitoring those groups. The partnership with the Literacy Cadre, they helped emphasize the works with the science of reading and how we can better close those gaps. And so the work that we did in those leadership team meetings bi-weekly, they were consistent. We held them unless it was, act of God and we weren't able to meet, but those were very powerful meetings. The second reason I believe is staffing, which kind of goes into that. So I have an amazing staff, dedicated classroom teachers that they saw and understood my vision and were willing to implement my vision. I have 3 third grade teachers, reading interventionists, 3 academic interventionist assistants, my instructional coach, my Lit Cadre coach, my ELL teacher, my media specialist, and my school counselor were all part of the leadership team. And they were very integral in our success. our staff members voluntarily went through any professional development related to the science of reading. As that was coming across the summer prior, they had already begun to do the work, and they were doing that on their own. And so it kind of helped solidify what I wanted to do in our building. And then lastly, our consistent instruction, just as was stated prior. What the teachers were doing day to day, engaging our students in their instruction, was just as powerful and just as important as anything else. Our students receive Tier 1 instruction, which basically means everyone is getting this instruction. They're all hearing it on phonemic awareness, which is one part of our science of reading component. And then interventions were based on those gaps that we saw with those students. Students were reading grade level text, and they were learning how to scaffold those texts so they could apply them to the iRead test when they had to take that test. Most importantly, all of our students were included in this work. All of our second, all of our third grade students were included. No one was left out, no one was left behind. Everyone was on board. And one of the key components, I think, of having consistent instruction is the dialogue between our teachers and our students. It was very dialogic. So it's not just talking at kids, but hearing also from our students. And Ms. Kerstaff, she would like to say something as well.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from you. What did you jump? You jumped significantly. Where did you start and where are you today?
So the year before, we were 54% passing, and this past year, we were 72.5% passing iRead.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I am so proud of Snacks Crossing and the gem of our city. As Mrs. Jones and people are going to share the programs that work for our children, I think it would be unfair to ignore the key piece if we want to maintain and continue this growth, and that is the cultivating of a positive, encouraging atmosphere in our schools. We were so lucky to have a new leadership team that did that every single day. They let our coaches coach, our teachers teach, our interventionists intervene, our assistants assist on a daily basis, and allowed us the pathway to do that, to do our jobs, to fail and not feel inadequate, and to get up and try again. This was an overwhelming trickle-down effect to our students. If you came into our school, you wouldn't see just these programs. You would see community circles, kids talking with each other and to teachers, and you would just smile. It's not perfect every day, but it is a positive and growing, trusting place. Our teachers feel valued. Snacks Crossing kids believe they can, and last spring, they did. So thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you, Snacks Crossing Elementary School leadership. And then also hiding back here, MSD Pike Township, Larry Young. It takes leadership from top to bottom to do what you did. So thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. All right. So as Carrie's walking up here, we have two major university partners. You heard from Marian University. Now you'll hear from the University of Indianapolis, SEL.
Thank you and good morning. So SEL had 160 schools in our arm of the Cadre last year, and I could repeat pretty much everything that Dr. Elsner said about the work that was going on in Marian's program, because we worked in lockstep to work with the department to coordinate the effort so that Marian's program and UND's program at SEL had a very similar approach, that the messaging heard across the state was very, very similar. What I'll say is, I think, as everyone knows, what we're asking teachers to do to make these literacy shifts is really, really hard. Most of our teachers in the state have been trained in contrary practices to science of reading, and the shift is something that is unknown and sometimes difficult to understand when you haven't done it before, when this is something new. What stands out to me as something unique in this initiative is that we put the resources in place to help teachers understand what it looks like. We partner at SEL with all of the educational service centers in the state for our TSSs, or regional coaches. So we have people scattered around the state who are in the schools working alongside the principals and the instructional coaches as they help to support the changes in their school. And change is hard. And so I think it's a defining factor that differentiates some of the efforts within the Cadre to other initiatives that maybe haven't yielded as much success. When we launched the Cadre, I spent a lot of time telling people, if you look around the state, there are pockets of success in literacy, particularly with really high needs at-risk students. And consistently, those classrooms and those schools achieve extraordinary results. And it's not by chance, it's because they followed the research, they followed the data, and they're investing in what works. And so as we aim to do that in mass around the state, I'm really proud and excited that we have 370 schools currently within our arm of the Cadre. And so we're hoping to come back next year and share even more results about the work that's going on within the science of reading and literacy around the state. So I know we have some schools here, and so I'll have them come up and share the magic that's going on in their schools.
If all of the schools want to go ahead and come up.
Good morning. I'm Nikki Johnson. I'm superintendent in Jennings County Schools, which is southeastern Indiana, and I have Sand Creek Elementary with me today. And I'd like to introduce all of them. First, I'd like to share a leadership insight. The two critical pieces for Sand Creek Elementary that made the significant and encouraging work happen were, one, that we were provided funding to help get literacy coaches in primary classrooms, and that they were spending their time in the classroom as a requirement. That took a lot of barriers out of the way that made us be able to shift at a different and quicker pace. Then, to the testament of this building, their pace and the passion that they implemented the science of reading was really, it went beyond and above and beyond. It was stellar, and they're just passionate about providing opportunities to their kids, and in this case, it's literacy. We know that it is the key to the future for our kids. So, without further ado, with us today, I have our principal, Mrs. Susie Webster, Cindy Law, who was the Literacy Cadre coach last year. She is our assistant principal of the school this year, and a kindergarten teacher, Mrs. Brooke Leach. Susie?
I'm not going to spend very long up here, but I will second the passion is what drives teachers to do their best. And in our school, not necessarily maybe a unique situation, but in our K-3 staffing, we had a 50% teachers with 1 to 3 years of experience, and the other half with 15 plus. So that shift and that thinking and learning the science of reading, it came about because of that intentionality and that coaching structure. That coaching structure is what led our building, and as a leader, it helped me understand the way I had to support better and make sure that I protected their time and ensured that that was happening on a daily basis. So we had to be very intentional and, to lead that drive in our building. And I'm not going to speak as long as I need the person that really pulled a lot of this through for us was our incredible, very passionate literacy expert, and that is Cindy Law. She has been in our district for a while, and we've seen her growth and her work with schools before, and we know that that's a big portion of it. She brought a lot of teachers on board right away, and we're very excited and very proud to be standing up here today.
And as Cindy comes up, what did you jump? Where were you and where are you today?
We were at 56%, and now we're 89%.
Wow.
I think first that I want to thank SEL and for the opportunity.
Do you mind to come up just a little bit? Those of us with loud voices, I think it adjusts to that. So.
Okay. I just want to thank SEL and for the opportunity. I know there's just 3 of us from Sand Creek here, but there really needs to be about 35. It was a very much a team approach with SEL backing us placing me in a very high-risk school. It was really new for me, even with 23 years of teaching experience, to realize that I could just travel 15 miles north and the need be so intense, so many students at risk. So I was kind of ashamed of myself that I hadn't offered more support sooner. And so I really poured out my passion, but working with a young staff and being able to co-plan and co-teach and work alongside daily, which was a great experience for me, and I feel like I learned more than anyone, but it definitely was a team approach. I feel like everything that Snacks Crossing mentioned, I could just agree to that. The diagnostic data, the interventions that were put in place, one-on-one support, small group. We knew what those students were lacking, those gaps, those skills that they needed. We put daily interventions in for those, and then progress monitored every Friday, looking at were they making improvements. And it was all science of reading. Fortunately, I have that training, so it wasn't new to me, and I just had to be sharing that knowledge and sharing my passion for that. Brooke she's a transition to teach, so we were just every day together, looking at our data, planning our lessons, and getting those kindergartners, writing paragraphs in May. So it was an exciting experience, and I look forward to continued growth.
Well, congratulations, Sandy Creek Elementary School, and thank you for coming. Did you want to speak? I thought so. I was trying to read you. Okay.
Good morning. My name's Travis Kumler, proud principal at Pleasant Run Elementary in the MSD Warren Township located on the east side of Indianapolis. Just to give you a little historical, in 22 we were at a 55% passing rate, in 23 at 61, and then last year a school record at 83%. Our success.
Is that a school record even pre-pandemic?
Yes, ma'am.
That is like the best.
That is
wow.
the best, yes.
Good.
Yeah. Our success is a combination of systems and structures along with the hard work and dedication of our staff, two of which have joined me this morning. One of these systems and structures is being a part of the Literacy Cadre. The Literacy Cadre has provided specialized training for our coach, administration, and staff. The on-site support of the training support specialist, Stephanie Woods, is extremely beneficial. She provides an outside perspective and training that has been vital to the success of our staff and students. Finally, the collaboration network allows us to receive bi-weekly training and support throughout the year. I would like to personally thank the Literacy Cadre for the work they have done and continue to do for the students across our state. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to the real heroes. First, Amy Hartung, our reading interventionist.
Hi, I am Amy Hartung, and I have been a teacher at Pleasant Run for 25 years, and so I absolutely love my school. I have seen a lot of growth over the years as I have been there, and I have seen a lot of changes. And one of the biggest changes that I have seen is the science of reading. Warren Township has asked all of their teachers to be part of learning about the science of reading. And so everybody has gotten on board and really implemented the ideas that they're learning into their classrooms, which is very exciting. We also have a great leadership team at our school. It's very exciting to walk into our school. We care about each other as teachers. We care about our kids. And our leadership as administration really leads us into knowing that our needs are met. And when you can go into a job and feel like that, that is very important and very exciting. The research that we are studying with the science of reading is very important in studying how the brain works, and then taking that information into our classrooms through our phonics, through our speech sound letters, through our word analysis, and then working into comprehension for our students, which is difficult for our students that we work with. Many times they're focused on reading those words, and so the comprehension gets a little lost. So really building that reading piece and reading the word and then moving into comprehension is exciting to watch for our kids. Pleasant Run, we of course have our 90 minutes of uninterrupted time that our teachers are working on reading, mostly on grade level, but that is scaffolded as students are needed and our teachers know our kids. We also have our Tier 2 program, which is where I come in. So I work a lot with our UFly is the program that we're using right now with our students. And I look at encoding, I look at decoding, I put spreadsheets together until my eyes are crossed sometimes. And so looking at those students and really knowing where our kids are at and how they need to be met. And so that's how we break our small groups together, and that's how we support our kids in that 30 minutes of Tier 2 on a daily basis. So that's 2.5 hours a week of them getting exactly where they need and what they need and providing that for our kids. So after we do that, we also have a tutoring program after school that is provided for our students. And the funny thing is that our kids that are not invited to tutoring because they may not need it, they're on grade level or above, they're constantly coming up to us and going, why can't we be in tutoring? Why didn't you pick us? You know? So our teachers are excited after school even to provide that for our students and provide that extra learning that they need. Our students are challenged by our teachers every day. Our teachers work hard. It's a great place to work. They have high expectations for our kids, and those kids want to reach those expectations that we have. And now I would like to introduce somebody that I have worked with for a long time. This is a friend and a colleague, Wendy Danner, and she teaches 3rd grade.
Good morning. I'm Wendy Danner, and I have been at Pleasant Run for 12 years. This is my 13th year. So the growth our students have made in reading these last few years has been really amazing to see that transformation from when I've started to where we are now. And I really do feel like that is due to our work at our school and in the district with the science of reading. Our goal for this school year is to increase our iRead passing rate to that 95% or higher. And I believe that is possible when our staff has that combined effort throughout the building. So we are working with even our instructional assistants, our related arts teachers to make sure they're trained in the science of reading, and we can help as many students as possible.
So where did you start where were you last year, score-wise? 63%.
And then we hit
When
83.
you hit 95%, let us know, we will invite you back. I mean, I love that goal. Make it happen.
We're going for it. So one thing that I said besides the whole staff coming together to make a big difference in all of the staff knowing how to use that science of reading to help our students, I think the other thing is the consistency across grade levels. So they learn how to do the daily sound spelling routine in kindergarten, and that same routine is used in 1st grade and 2nd grade and so on. And so when they get to the end of 3rd grade and they need to take that iRead assessment, those strategies are really ingrained in them so that they can use those independently. So with that being said, I just look forward to see our continued growth and see what our students are capable of. Thank you.
Wonderful. Congratulations, Pleasant Run Elementary. And I don't want to miss, is Dr. Tim Hansen, Superintendent, MSD Warren? Nothing like putting on the pressure. I bet he's start of school things. But thank you to Warren Township team. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for giving us an opportunity to share some of the successes. And as we move forward, I just want to offer an invitation to any of the state board members who'd like to come out and see it in action. We'd gladly make arrangements for you to see the real thing happening. And also just want to point out that I've got a few people with me who I want to highlight. So Cassie Morales, Jessica Parsons, and Cynthia Roach. Just stand up and wave, right? So they're the ones doing the work in the background. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So as you can all probably tell, the passion and dedication to the goal is evident. Early indicators, next slide, show that what we are doing is working. To reiterate that point, the overall growth for schools participating in the literacy cadre is 12.5 times higher than non-cadre schools. I would be remiss if I didn't give a huge shout out to our Literacy Center team at the department and all of the individuals who have advocated for and provided financial support and who have invested the time, energy, and effort to support the goal of ensuring all kids can read. And to Indiana teachers learning new strategies to implement and those sharing strategies that are working with colleagues and friends, thank you. It is working. Keep going. So while we take the time to celebrate growth today, there is always more work to be done. Lynn?
Thanks. So how awesome was that to hear from those schools? And so the next things that Rebecca and I are going to share are some other supports that are provided to schools that they'll be using in conjunction with that instruction. So we currently have a list of formative assessments and universal screeners, which are used beyond with our students in grades kindergarten through grade 2, but specifically at those levels, we're looking for those early indicators and where students are at and what supports they might need. So while this list will continue, as it has for a number of years, we'll adopt a preferred reading screener to support the schools directly with guidance, data analysis, and professional learning. That's a little harder to do when there's a lot of different assessments on the list. So we're going to provide a lot of support around that one. This will come out in February of 2025 and will be used to help identify students who need early interventions and support. I've adjusted this slide a little bit. You've seen it a few times that I've used to highlight our through-year assessment system, but I've adjusted it to really highlight our focus on the reading standards at grade 3, and particularly those that are assessed on iRead. The iLearn checkpoints contain items which assess the standards of reading foundations and reading comprehension throughout the year as another indicator of mastery of those standards. Currently, we have about 1,350 schools participating, which has increased to over 75% of our schools in grades 3 through 8 who have opted in, and we'll be starting that on September 16th. So great for all the enthusiasm we've had around this. And then 2/3 of those schools that have opted in are elementary schools, so they'll be able to use this additional support as data points to help them to achieve their iRead goals.
And as a reminder, the iLearn checkpoints will start for the first time ever this year to try to give our teachers, our parents and families more information about their student throughout the year based on some specific key standards. This is a pilot year, and we have how many schools who are piloting this year?
Almost 1,350 schools, 75%.
Okay, so it's more than a pilot. A lot of schools have opted in.
Yes.
A lot of schools have opted in to do this. And again, just like we always do, we'll be very transparent about how it's going and keep improving from there. But it's all about getting good data in real time for our good teachers and parents to help the child along more quickly. So
Yes.
Thank you, Lynn.
Yes. 75% is going to give us a lot of good data, a lot of good feedback, and other states are jealous. Okay, next slide. Okay, so we've talked about the high-quality curricular materials lists in the past. We released those for the first time this past year in the areas of literacy, STEM, and early learning. We will be giving another list out in February of 2025. This list will include grades K through 8 for reading. So the current list is K through 5 for reading. Based on the Science of Reading standards, we're expanding that to include K-8. In addition, we'll be providing a rubric that schools can use for their supplementary materials as well. And then per statute, those schools that do not meet the 70% passing rate on iRead are required to adopt off that list. Summer school. So this past summer, we put out information that schools could begin offering summer school for those students in grade 2 and grade 3 who have not met those iRead requirements yet. So we'll be continuing that. So those students who do not pass iRead during the spring and summer administrations will have that opportunity to participate in summer school, and those offerings will be taught with support in the Science of Reading strategies.
You heard a lot about professional development and participation in that. So future teachers are working through prep programs to add the early literacy endorsement to their licensure, and current pre-K through 5 literacy teachers are participating in Science of Reading aligned PD to add the endorsement. And while they have until 2027, thousands have already enrolled and completed all the training, and several have already added the literacy endorsement to their license. Next slide.
Can we say those numbers? We have 10,000, I mean, I'm looking at them right here
Yes.
on that slide. Can you say those, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Approximately 10,000 are currently enrolled in professional development. That's through the state-funded professional development. We have more than that have participated in other science of reading aligned professional development, so that number is much greater as far as what has been covered. And then to date, 2,600 teachers, that's probably more this morning, have completed free PD through the state through Keys to Literacy. All right, so additional ongoing supports, next slide. We will continue to commit to providing access to transparent data around this topic so we can all continue to work together to do what is needed for all Indiana kids to meet that goal and become fluent readers. Next. You have probably heard about the historic literacy investment. When we talk about the literacy cadre work, that is part of the funding aspect that is providing those opportunities for schools to participate in this. So we are definitely looking at what works and looking at what money has been invested to capitalize on what's making the biggest difference across the state for students. So we're just, again, I mentioned this before, thankful for everybody involved in securing those investments and who are passionate and dedicated to supporting students in becoming readers. Next. The on-demand educator training, so those science of reading modules that live in the Learning Lab, they're 25 hours. Those were sort of a touch point and a dive into what is the science of reading for educators. We had over 5,800 educators who have already completed that training. Those remain open access in the Learning Lab and are available to parents, community members, teachers, anybody has access to complete those. We had thousands of educators who, during the time period when it was available, earned a $1,200 stipend for completing those as well. Next. We also have a partnership through the state with the Dolly Parton Imagination Library to get students books in their homes early on and throughout their childhood. And so we're excited about this investment and the ability for kids to take these books home. They get really excited to get them in the mail.
I was just going to say, nearly every county in the state is now signed up to allow this to happen in their local community. Access to books at a young age is essential. So our teachers are going to do everything we can as soon as we get them in kindergarten, but it sure helps when that foundation is built prior to. So I would encourage anyone who's listening to check and make sure your county has opted in so that your parents also have access to this.
Absolutely. There's a color-coded map that's available on their website that you can go to and check your county. So if you're in the room or listening online, definitely reiterate that aspect to check and make sure that your county is one participating. And if not, reach out and we can help get you connected there. Next. In addition to that, the General Assembly put in funding last session for $10 million allocated to provide stipends, the early literacy achievement grants, money directly to the pockets of teachers who are seeing that growth and achievement for students. So those went out last year, and that appropriation is there for this year as well. And it looks like lots of schools will be receiving funding because we had great outcomes this year. So that's fantastic. Next.
Our Indiana Learns program continues. The Indiana Learns program provides funding for families through microgrants for their students to receive additional tutoring outside of the school day. Over 20,000 students have been enrolled in the program in this past school year. Almost 180,000 hours of tutoring occurred. So that's for students in grades 3 through 8. So one thing that we're going to try to do this year with those tutoring providers is to provide that checkpoint data. So that way they not only have previous data going into using their iLearn scores and other data, we're hoping then throughout the year to give them that additional data so that they can adjust their tutoring and interventions that they're providing.
And we're also doing a return on investment study for this, as well as the one right before on what works in the summer. We have, as you know, a budget in Indiana for K-12 education of about $10 billion, not to mention federal funding. So a lot of our priority is let's do more of what works and less of what doesn't. Let's invest more in what works. So just know, board, you'll be hearing about the return on investment for some of these as well as that data comes in.
And then lastly, our Learning Lab continues to grow. We've talked about this over the last couple years. It grew from 6,000 users initially to over 70,000 today. We have various hubs that many members across our agency have been providing resources to and professional development. We have a digital learning hub, an assessment hub, a literacy center, and then we're continuing to add. We have a family hub where we're driving resources to and then getting parents enrolled in this system so that they can also easily access those extra opportunities to support the learning at home.
Okay, and I'll now open it up for the board. If there are any questions, comments, reflections. Mr. Mapes.
I think one of the most important things we heard through that presentation is the fact that instructional practice is what's going to make the difference. And hearing these schools and what they've done with their instruction, that's fantastic. And we've known that for a long time, but when you're intentional with it and everybody's heading the same direction, look at the results we've been able to receive. So congratulations to those schools that have done that.
Thank you. Mr. Bess and then Dr. Ernest.
Yeah, so no shock, the data.
Can you pull your mic in, Mr. Bess?
Yeah, no shock, the data really speaks a lot here. And I think, you know, in the early part of the presentation, we saw those jumps from some various subgroups, right? So the overall increase was great. But what I think really jumped out at me was some of the subgroups that had historically not performed well on the iRead test showed big gains. And I think if you combine that, when we talked about the passing rate of those kids that were in second grade at risk, right, the 56% that passed the next year, don't know for sure, but I'm guessing if you looked at those students at risk in second grade, predominantly come from the subgroups that have historically underperformed at the third grade level, right? Mm-hmm. So our low income students, our special education students, our black students, Hispanic students, like those English language learners, those are the groups that, if you look at the data across the years, have been at a lower rate. And so I think the point of this is that you line things up. So the policy decision, first of all, that says, yes, we want to offer this test at second grade, ultimately becoming everyone's going to do it. The early interventions that happened because of that, the funding that was provided for all the things that people talked about today, the literacy coaches and the things that are going on, high quality partners. We had Cell, UND, and Marion, very, very high quality aggregators of the material and the instruction for those cadres, buy-in locally, and then, to Pat's point, the execution locally, right? Those instructional practices that happen. So the point of all that is none of this was random. Mm-hmm. Like, this was part of the plan and extraordinarily well executed by everybody up and down. Any one of those things not doing well, we wouldn't see those jumps. And I think what I'm excited about is, as everybody's doing this at second grade next year, we're going to continue to see those students labeled at risk receiving all of this benefit. And again, that is going to make a difference. I mean, it's over time, we're going to see that jump and jump and jump. And I think it's a testament to everybody involved all the way up and down. And I think my encouragement is, to your point again on the ROI, let's keep doing what's working. Like this, we know this works. There's going to be pressure, there's going to be funding pressure, there's going to be all of those things. But I think the work that the department's done at that level and then going all the way down into the local level and those instructional practices is stellar. And I would love to see lead articles and TV, news, all the things highlighting what's happened when you line things up and have good policy followed by really great execution. This kind of stuff happens, and it's not by accident, it's not random, it's purposeful, and again, congrats to everybody that was involved with that.
And just to call it out again, just in the past 3 years, our black students have jumped 6.6 percentage point increase, special education 4.7% increase, and then our free reduced lunch price meal students 3.4% increase, just to call out what you mentioned. Dr. Ernest.
Just a question and a comment. But first, the question, I think I know the answer, but I can't remember. Is there funding attached to the K-2 screener and the curriculum materials? Is there any funding attached to that for schools?
It's going to take me a minute to get in my memory. So Lynn?
Yeah, for the K-2 formative assessment and screeners, there is the formative assessment grant that schools can apply for.
That just fits under that.
Under that formative
for now,
assessment
right?
line.
Okay.
It's a line item in the state
Okay.
budget that it would, yes, thank
What
you.
about the curriculum?
So if schools are participating in the literacy cadre, they are going through a curriculum alignment assessment, and then they are provided funding support for supplemental resource adoption, but not for full curriculum adoption.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just think the one thing that stood out in the comments was the directed funding to make this happen, and that's been talked about. And I want to applaud the department on the ROI part of this, right? I think this is, when we look at from a federal level, even the money that's been infused over the last few years with the pandemic and so forth, we really don't know for sure. I mean that's been well documented in the research, right? We don't know for sure what happened, but in Indiana we do know what has worked, and I want us to continue that piece of that. We need to know what, and then share, because we've not been very good about that in education as a whole, right?
Yeah.
Of sharing what works, and now you've set up a program here or a structure to be able to do that. So I think that's super important,
Yeah.
and I want to applaud for that.
Thank you. And I debated on sharing this today because it gets to a point where it's too much information for everyone. And but in my mention of what doesn't work, there was also something that we initiated that didn't work quite as well. We launched competitive grants for schools who said, hey, we can do the science of reading training. We have a plan, whatever. So we did an ROI study on that, and that only moved 0.1. And that was a several $7 million investment. So just so everyone's clear, so I think our discussion should be, okay, then how do we reallocate some of those dollars to support more schools in what is working? That's the kind of discussion that is so important for us to have, and it's just very honest, right, and humble. Next year, I want to call out on the literacy cadre. So this year we had 199 schools. Rebecca moved through this one pretty quick. Next year, we're over doubling that at 489 schools who've opted into that literacy cadre. And again, we are following what the Mississippi Miracle, educators in the room will know what that is. It's one of the biggest stories in education, the Mississippi Miracle, and how they moved from last in the nation to 21st in the nation in reading. But really following what worked for them and seeing how it could be applied to Indiana, and we're seeing the results. Any other board members? All right. Seeing none, thank you again to everyone here who presented. We have to keep our foot on the gas. And those of you who jumped big this year, let's jump again next year. Show your sustainability and continue moving. And again, we'll highlight you all day long because you're getting it done and being intentional. So really proud of you for that. All right, so now we are going to shift into the high school diploma redesign update. And those of you who have seen me present before know that I like to walk around. So I have a little portable mic I'm going to put on really quick, and give me just a second and we'll switch over. It's always cold. It usually starts. Bring a blanket. I know. You might have to. I'm going to test this. Test. All right. Holy. We might need to turn that volume down. It even scared me, and I hear my voice every day. Test. Sarah, do you mind to close that door in the back as well? Yes, I can. I need to take my necklace off, I can. How's that? Test, test, test. Is that better? Okay. Everybody can hear okay? Well, what a journey we've had as a state over the past several months, several years, in thinking about how might we make the 4 years of high school more valuable for Indiana students. So, end of March, we launched a draft number 1. We said, very honestly, give us all the feedback you can, and we'll be preparing a draft number 2 and have another public comment round. So today, there is no vote. I got some emails like, vote no, and I'm like, on what? So there's no vote, but we have a second draft. There are significant changes. There are significant adjustments. And before jumping in, I'm just going to go ahead and address the elephant in the room. We've been working very closely with a lot of partners. So what I'm about to show you, we have a support letter from Purdue University. I talked to President Chang on Monday for a long time. They are all in and supportive. All of these will be made public, by the way. Indiana University, I talked to President Pam Whitten. Ivy Tech, Community College, talked to President Sue Ellspermann and team. President Mike Goddard from Indiana State University, a support letter. President Mearns from Ball State University, a support letter. Vincennes University, support letter. University of Southern Indiana, interim president Steve Bridges, a support letter. Every single public college in our state has written a support letter for the plan you are about to see. Because as you were reading the articles, we were hard at work, meeting and bringing people to the table. Not only higher ed, but business and industry, K-12 leaders. It has been a full court press. And I've been very honest, and the board knows this. I have big under the eye dark circles. Thank goodness for good makeup that can cover them, because we have been not stopping until we got this to a better place for Indiana. The reality is, and we're going to walk through this, what we're doing today is not working for thousands of kids. We're going to talk through some of that data, and we're going to talk about the improvements. The other support letters we have, the Indiana School Counselor Association, that was a huge one, because our counselors at first draft were like, whoa, this is a lot of stuff to keep track of. How are we going to do this, right? Heard them loud and clear. They've been very much at the table with us. They've written a support letter. We appreciate our school counselors. Our school principals have written a support letter. And I know some of them are here to talk today. Some of them texted or called, and they are start of school. The IAPSS, the public school superintendents, have a support letter. They're also here. We also have an Indiana Urban Schools Association. They wrote a support letter. And then we have a stack of businesses and business leaders, some of our top business leaders from across the state who've written support for what you're about to see, including businesses, and I won't read them all, but Henroyd Group, Jasper Engines, Cook Group, et cetera, et cetera. But I think it's important for me to address that right out of the start, right out of the gate, because we have listened like you could not believe. We have taken this very, very seriously and are beyond pumped to share this second draft. And thank you to all of those who have come to the table and who have helped us to think this through, figure it out. Oh, thank you. This one? Yep, switch. I also want to give a huge shout out to Ron Sandlin and David Buzzy. They have been leading the charge for our team and been on a ton of phone calls, traveled around the state. We've kind of divided and conquered, so thank you. Also, many of our State Board of Education members You have also been on numerous calls. BJ even got me USI's interim president's cell phone number because I couldn't find anybody who had it. But the board members have been like actively working, and I can't thank you enough. So today is the second draft. We're going to do another public comment period. And then we'll be prepared as a board to follow the state law, which has us approving a high school diploma rule by December 31st of this year, 2024. We are on track. The other group of people, and that, gosh, they're sitting right in front of me, and you'll probably hear from them in a little bit. General Lyles, if you could stand up. Yes, sir. I can't believe I just gave you an order, but I did. Mark it down. General Lyles and our military branches have come together as well on this. Again, I won't steal your thunder, but you've been remarkable. The Commission for Higher Education, Josh Garrison, there he is. He's in the second row. See, never sit in the front row. I will call you out. That's how I was as a teacher, too. Josh Garrison and the Commission for Higher Ed, thank you. Business folks, again, who I called out and also in the room. The Indiana Chamber has been very, very helpful. Jason Bierce is here. Brad Rohr is here from Ascend, Indiana. Very helpful. And again, I'm going to pause there because I know I'll miss someone, and that is certainly not the intention. But this has been a team effort. I just wanted to say that. So today's agenda, what we're going to focus on is 4 big things. Number 1, remembering our why. Why are we doing this? What does our state data show? And how can we get better for kids? Number 2, I'm going to walk through Hoosiers engaged in the process. I'll show you all the data. Number 3, stakeholder feedback and how it drove significant adjustments where we still have the flexibility that was desired at the onset. We still have the personalization that we know is so important for our students. We still have increased access that is very clearly optional to experiential learning, to credentials of value, which is educational attainment, right out of the, right before they, before they graduate. And then also you'll see some increased rigor pieces as well, and some clear paths to college, some clear paths to career, some clear paths to serve our country. And then finally, I'll end with the rulemaking timeline and next steps. And of course, we'll open it up for the board to have any questions, conversation, discussion. And then I know we have folks who are here to make public comment. We'll be eager to hear from you as well. So let's start with the why. Why do we need to rethink high school in Indiana? Why now? There are 4 big themes, and I'm going to go into some detail on each, but let's hit the 4 big things. Number 1, we know this. Fewer Indiana students are enrolling in higher education, and even few are graduating. We know that not every student needs a 4-year degree. We know that not every student needs a 4-year degree, but we know that some do. And we also know that some need credentials that are stackable, where they could maybe earn a credential, work, continue to go to school, what might work for them. Second, we know that, and we're hearing this from our business and industry leaders, we know that we can do more for kids in terms of skill development. So they're ready for their career opportunity or what's ahead. Skill development includes communication. Like, y'all, it's the little, y'all, I said y'all, there it comes out. I get all feisty and here it comes. But like, it's the little things. It's eye contact. And of course, Byron is not looking at me. It's eye contact. Right. It's eye contact. It's shaking someone's hand. It's getting off from behind a phone and TikTok and actually knowing how to communicate. It's so, so important for us to make sure our students have that skill. And we're, by the way, teaching a generation where we've never had to worry about that before as much as we do today. It's other skills like collaboration, collaboration, working together. I mean, we as a board have sat and heard a lot of people who disagreed with the first proposal. And here's the thing, we see that as a good thing because it got us to a better place today. We've got to disagree better in this country. We have to. And it involves listening and having conversation back and forth. We need our kids to have skills like that. Number 3, students who dream of enlisting are finding out they're disqualified when it's too late. I'm going to show you some data here in just a minute that is really mind-boggling when it comes to students who want to be a part of serving our country and they're told no because they just didn't know the requirements. And number 4, those of you who are school leaders in this room know this all too well right now. Student apathy is at an all-time high. We have a significant chronic absenteeism challenge in our country right now. And we're seeing it the most in high school. So let's look more deeply at the data. Let's start with the first one. Fewer Indiana students are enrolling in higher education and even few are graduating. This is Indiana data, completely. The first one, 76% of our Hoosier high school graduates say they intend to go to some form of higher learning. We know that because before every student walks across the stage in Indiana, we collect that data. What is your plan? What is your next step? 76% say they plan to go on. We know this data point as well because the Commission for Higher Education has done a remarkable job keeping this longitudinal data, and they are sharing this with anyone that will hear it, and I'm going to echo this as well. Only 53% of our students actually end up going. So 16,000 students who have the dream and have the plan don't actually get there. And of those who do go, of the 53% who do go, about 24% who enroll in a 2-year college or university graduate on time. And of the 53% who go to 4-year, about 51% graduate from a 4-year on time. The model that we're going to talk about today with stackable credentials of value can absolutely help that, and we're seeing it move in some of our communities who are already systematically doing this. We have a couple of schools who their high schools are producing a higher level of educational attainment through credentials of value than their county has. And the economic engine is starting in high school for that kids because education matters. The other element, we talked a little bit about skills and making sure our students have the skills needed to secure the rewarding career opportunities. So just a few facts. I got some of this from the Indiana Chamber last night. First one, 58% of Indiana jobs require skill training beyond high school, but not necessarily a 4-year degree, but it could be a 4-year degree. Absolutely could be. And then right now, just 47% of these schools have access to the skills training necessary to fill these in-demand careers. So we believe in K-12, we can help with that. Our major opportunity, and as I've traveled around the country and others have as well, this data point is unreal, the opportunity we have in Indiana compared to other states. So follow me on this. Indiana is #1 in the nation for students leaving with college credit. #1. 64% of our students approximately earn college credit, and they graduate with an average of 13.5 credits. Why that matters is because a short-term credential, educational attainment, in Indiana begins at like 15 to 18 credits. So those of you who are high school people know that typically one high school class equals about 3 college credits. And that's how the transcript looks. So when we run the numbers, you all, we have thousands of Indiana students sitting within a couple classes of completing a credential of value. And many of them don't even know it because we've never had a system built to support that. Right now, today, so again, 64% of our students earn. We're number one in the nation. That's awesome. Our huge opportunity. Right now, we're at 5% of these students earn a credential of value before graduating. This number, the trajectory is already going up. This number should really go up in terms of opportunity for kids. And then again, we already talked about the durable skills that are just so important. And here are the top 6. I'll read them. The top 6 according to Indiana companies: communication, metacognition, leadership, critical thinking, collaboration, and character. So I told you about this data, that it's coming. Really something. When it comes to students who dream of enlisting, and we, as school leaders, we all have seen that student who's like, I am going to serve in the military. And we're like, that's awesome. Fantastic. Approximately 77% of students are disqualified out of the gate because they do not meet the aptitude, medical, fitness, or character standards necessary to serve. And I'll have General Lyles kind of speak to that. But imagine, right, we have students who are saying, I would like to serve in the military, and they're going, and then they're realizing, I'm disqualified from serving because of one reason or another. And General Lyles could speak to that more. 2022 was the worst recruiting year in the history of the military's all-volunteer force. Enlistments in the military from the state of Indiana declined by 41% from 2018 to 2022. The Indiana National Guard enlistments over the same period declined 38%, and the rate of decline is worse in Indiana than in other states. This model is not to, like, in General Lyles, we've talked about this. This is not to, right, have more kids go to enlist, but this is for the kids who dream of enlisting to not be turned down at the rate they're turned down right now. High school, our absenteeism rates. We've given you the full picture. So in Indiana, like most states across the nation, we have an inverted bell curve. So our biggest challenges are the primary school years, which again, we just talked about reading. It becomes so important to get kids there every day when you're teaching them to read, those math foundations. And then high school, it just shoots up. 33% of our seniors are chronically absent. That equates to over 3 weeks of school that they're missing. When we've met with student focus groups and talked to them about why, they have varying reasons, but a lot of it is they don't see the value in coming. So how can we make sure that school is more valuable and supportive to what their interests are, regardless if they want to and dream about going to college, which was my path, that was my dream, going straight into a career that may be another student's dream, or serving our country. How do we support them? Okay, next area. Let's talk about everyone engaged in the process. And I opened a little bit with that, but let's dig in a bit more. Again, publicly launched this March 27th, massive listening tour around the state. We introduced the SEALs concept June 5th. The first draft was published in the Indiana Register. That's required by state law June 26th. That launches a 30-day period. So you saw the first public comment period closed after we had the public hearing. And then finally, where we are today, our second draft. Again, no vote today. This is second draft that will launch another public comment period. Talked a little bit about who's been engaged in the process. We've had everyone from public and non-public schools. And by the way, I see both represented in this room right now, all on the same mission. Teachers, counselors, principals, superintendents, college professors, community organizations, other state agencies, as I pointed out, all of our public colleges and universities who have all written letters of support. NCAA to make sure we're good to go for those who want to be college athletes. Philanthropy. Our students, as I mentioned, parents advocacy groups, business and industry, General Assembly members, policy experts, national thought leaders. It has been a nonstop push to get feedback, to get this to the best place that we can get it. Around the state, those of you who know me well know my favorite thing to do is go out in the state. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'll be in Evansville next week. I think I'm several communities next week, actually. We've been all these places. By the time we present in December, we'll have a lot more of these. And when we travel to different communities, we really focus on not only meeting with K-12 schools, but we meet with the higher ed institutions. Several local chambers of commerce have hosted me. I was in Lafayette Chamber of Commerce hosted me for a meeting with business leaders, Decatur County, I could go on. But we are doing the best we can to travel the state and again, really, really listen. In terms of direct feedback responses, so this does not count like the various focus groups. This is like direct jot form feedback. We've had over 8,000 unique submissions. So from parents, families, educators, community members, many of the groups that I just mentioned. Here are the themes that we heard loud and clear. The number one most popular theme that we saw was we need more flexibility in the master schedule. Having every student take all the same things is not working for every student. That was the number one most popular. Please find a way to keep flexibility. We also heard a lot about student choice and ensuring a well-rounded education for all students. We heard a lot about that it should be, the diploma requirements must be rigorous and attainable and prepare every student for success regardless of their post-high school plans. I think with our first draft, there were some who didn't see a path straight to college and they were automatically like, they're not for college. I'm gonna say it. Maybe this could be a headline to my friends in the back. We absolutely want to make sure our children are prepared for excellence in college, and we want to make sure our children are prepared for excellence if they dream of going into a career, and we want them prepared for excellence if they plan to enlist in our military. Number 3, elevating the importance of experiential learning while increasing access and ensuring safety for all students. Many people were like, you know what, I am for mentorship and work-based learning, but the bigger question was, how are we gonna do it? How are we gonna get there? Will there be access for all kids, for my kid? What about mentorship? So we're gonna talk about that, all of these things some today. Number 4, providing sufficient resources to support successful implementation. That was also very, very important to people. Those were our big themes. Let's dig a little bit more into the specifics. So when we say ensuring a well-rounded education for all students, what do we mean? What is the really specific sub-theme that we heard? Number 1, certain course requirements should be kept. You're gonna hear me talk through some of that today. Number 2, the requirements should ensure flexibility to change paths. They should be permeable. So if I'm a second semester junior and I decide, you know what, I don't want to be a lawyer anymore. I now want to be a teacher, which I did that to my father in college, by the way. And he might be watching. That's weird, I'm sorry. He's retired. He doesn't have anything else to do but watch our state board of ed meetings. But when I called my dad and said I wanted to switch paths, there was a way to do that. And we want to make sure that's possible for our high school kids as well. Really important. Next, preparing students for success at colleges and universities. We went straight there on that because people could see the career side, but they couldn't see the college side as much. So we really dug into what that means. And people said, will my students be competitive in college admission? And we need clear guidance on the admissions requirements. The next one, on ensuring access to experiential learning and ensuring safety. We heard, students face barriers to accessing work-based learning opportunities. And will students be able to balance the work-based learning requirements with other commitments? Again, this is an access one. Some students in some communities, we have some communities that are moving in this space and systematically going. Others are new to it. How will employers ensure the student safety and proper insight? All of those were asked. And then on the sufficient resources, the big themes, school corporations will require sufficient time, funding, staffing, and other resources to ensure successful implementation. And then more clarity is needed around minimum requirements and what that might look like. So those were like the big themes and then the sub-themes. So stakeholder feedback drives significant updates to our second draft. Let's get into it. You're going to see our design principles remain. Maximize the flexibility for students so that they can personalize the journey while maintaining rigor. This second one was probably, I would say, our weakest point, and I own that with the first proposal. The simplicity just was not there. It was too complex. So you're going to see it a lot more simplified for students, parents, and schools. And then finally, continuing to acknowledge that we have to lean more into ensuring credentials of value are completed if students are close, when they're close, and that they have access to work-based learning when appropriate. All right. So our proposal has really been streamlined and simplified. It includes one base diploma. So the two diplomas, Indiana GPS and Indiana GPS Plus, are gone. One base diploma. And I'm going to do a side-by-side from where we are today to where we're going. And those of you taking pictures, there's going to be one that's a lot bigger here pretty soon. Stay tuned. And then as well as students having the opportunity to earn these readiness seals aligned with their path. And they're optional seals, and they could earn one of them, they could earn two of them. It's really up to the student to personalize. And then for people who've asked about our special education community, absolutely 100%, the federally required alternate diploma will still be available in Indiana for our special education students with significant cognitive disabilities. As a state, we can have up to 1%. That's our max federally. But that absolutely will continue. Okay, so again, what I'm about to show you, we're going to flip to a live two-pager. The two-pager will be available as soon as you all post it online. It's up. This is like when the teacher, you don't pass out the worksheets until you've gone through the instructions. But it's up, evidently. All right, so one base diploma with flexible requirements for every student. You're going to see the flexibility in course options. You're going to see the personalized options. And then the opportunity for students to earn the readiness seals, which seamlessly connects them to what is next. This is what the two-pager looks like that is now online now, and I'm going to walk through it. Can you all flip the screen? Thank you. I'm going to grab a drink of water real quick. All right. Yeah, that's great. Okay, so scroll back up. Yep. So we're referring this right now to the new Indiana diploma. You all, I don't care what we call it. But the brand Indiana GPS kind of bothered some people. So now I'm like, okay, let's not worry about the brand. Let's worry about the policy. Let's worry about the kids. So this is the base, and then we'll talk through the seals. The current Indiana Core 40, I'm going to walk through a side by side because that was another thing that was really confusing to people. Some people didn't know what we required now. So we wanted to make it really easy. All right, so English 8 credits. Still English 8 credits. We have added a required communication focused course. Whether that is speech and debate, whether that is a dual credit COM 101, it goes back to that skill has to be better developed and supported. And then some flexibility in the English credits. And I have a sheet, give me a second. So what is flexible options? What does that mean? Flexible options could be, and I mentioned speech, debate, linguistics. It could be theater, it could be AP seminar, it could be IB, theory of knowledge. There are a number, it could be English literature. Let's go to math. Math, 2 credits of Algebra 1, 2 credits of Geometry, 2 credits of Algebra 2. That's always what it has been, and over 90% of our kids were on this path. They all did these 3 things. We've heard this loud and clear from some of our universities, right? If a student is going to take AP Stats, they might not need to take Algebra 1. If they're going to go down the data science path, which is more the type of math we have to prepare kids for when we look at AI, they might have a bit of a different sequence. We also heard from business and industry who said, gosh, we'd really like them to know how to do math that's valuable to our space. The technical math, the business math. So you see, Algebra 1 is required for every student. Personal finance is brand new. Personal finance is required for every student. You know, in our characteristics of a graduate, financial literacy is one of our characteristics, so that meets that. And then 4 additional math credits. Absolutely that it could include geometry, integrated math, advanced accounting, business math, technical math. Those are just a few examples. Then we go down to science, technology, and engineering. In the past, we had Biology 1. We still have Biology 1. Biology 1 was in the first draft of the rule. That's a federal requirement. That meets a federal requirement for Indiana on assessment, just to be clear. Like, you can give comments, but we can't get rid of Bio 1. All right. Computer science, that is also new in statute. Some of that hits on the digital literacy, but it also hits on the skills that we have to develop for the future. 2 additional science credits, that was in the first draft. We did hear loud and clear that we needed more rigor in STEM. So you see the added 2 STEM-focused courses. Why is it listed like that? Because as I talk to some of the higher education leaders or some of the business and industry, if a student wants to be an engineer, they need to take physics. If a student wants to go into healthcare, it'd be great if they take anatomy and physiology. If a student wants to go into cybersecurity, which we need more students to go into cybersecurity, it would be a different form of STEM. So really opening flexibility there. Then we go into social studies. Social studies, U.S. history, U.S. government remain in the base for all students. Economics is not in the base. Economics could still be taught in your school. If you look, and I'm saying this for all those who are going to comment, which again, I love it, comment. If you comment about economics, make sure you look at the personal finance standards first. A lot of the personal finance standards and economic standards are similar. So take a look, and then comment, and then let us know. Second one, this is another add to the base. We did not have this. We heard a lot about, gosh, there's not anything on world perspectives. And there's a lot going on in our world today. Agree. So 2 credits in world perspectives. It absolutely could be world history. It could be world geography. Absolutely. It could also be a world-focused social studies course, like a world-focused current events course. We also have one thing in there, and I'm calling it out because I would love your opinions on this. In the focus groups, we've had more people who've supported it, but a few people who've pushed on this one, so I want to call it out. We do have something that would meet the world perspectives right now is an advanced world language because their standards cover history and culture. So, again, feel welcome to respond, just sitting it there. Okay, scroll on up, please. On up, yep. Oh, no, sorry, not there, right there. PE and health. Initially, we had 2 credits that a student could mix and match. We heard a lot about making sure we required health because of increase in vaping, because of student childhood obesity, because of the impact of cell phones on mental health. So health is now a required credit. We are seeing more schools offer that in middle school level, in that 8th grade level. We're still going to support that. By the way, talking to board members, that is a local decision on where you offer these courses, okay? But health is now required. Physical education is still a requirement. And again, and we got some, not many comments, but just a tiny few, for at least 12 years in Indiana, if a student played a sport or is in marching band, that could meet the physical education standards. That has been, and I'm looking at the superintendents in the room, they're like, well, yeah. Just so you all know, that is a long-standing policy. That's not something that is new, but that would still be allowed. On the electives, and this is really important, the directed electives in the past, we had any combination of world language, fine arts, or career and technical education. We're now, rather than calling them directed electives, we're calling them personalized electives. So they could absolutely include CTE, performing arts, visual arts, fine arts, world language, absolutely. But we are going to really encourage students to leverage the seals that you're about to see, the blueprints for success depending on their personal dreams. So I'll walk through those here shortly. College and careers. College and careers is required by statute in 2030. We are going to accelerate that to 2028. I'll be honest with you, I spoke with, and I think she'd be fine with me saying, I was talking to Dr. Alicia Johnson yesterday, IPS superintendent. She was like, I thought that was always required. Because some schools have been doing this forever, right? So just so you know, and then this is more commonly offered, we're seeing more offer in the middle school. The total in the past was 40 credits required. The total in the future is 42 credits required. I bet some of you are like, oh no, I wonder if kids can fit it in. So let's talk about that. And high school leaders would know this. If a student is on a 7-period school day, they have 7 periods, that student would have 56 credit opportunities. That's why you see, if you have children or grandchildren yourself or high school leader, that's why you see some who have time to take a study hall or who have time. My daughter is taking weightlifting. I did not encourage that, by the way. It was not a mom decision. But good for some, but my children are not going to be superstar athletes. I'm like, come on, girls, let's like. But some are, and they take weightlifting, and that's great. But there are lots and lots of credits. So students who are on a block schedule AB or blue-white, depending on what you call it, if you have a child on a block schedule, they have about 64 credit opportunities. Like there is a lot of space. Okay, scroll on up. The blueprint for success are readiness seals. One of the requests, if you could scroll up a little bit more, please. The seals are optional. Let me start there. There is an honors level seal which is a lot what we're doing today. We have this pretty, for the most part, pretty scaled across the state other than a couple things. And then could you scroll down? And then you have the Honors Plus seal. We have some schools doing this remarkably well. We have some that are leaning in now. Scroll back down to that Honors, please. I'm going to walk through each one. So again, these are optional. I do want to be very, very clear. Some of these are already incentivized in the school funding formula. And I'll point that out as we go along. Like, so some of the things we're going to talk about, they are already, schools can get additional funding for having a student outcome in this area. The first one, the Enrollment Honors Seal, is very, very similar, almost identical to the Indiana Academic Honors Designation. A few adjustments. Talking to higher ed, and higher ed led on this. I was on the phone with Purdue University this weekend, and they had just little tweaks here and there, like higher ed, I can't thank them enough for helping to think through this. On the math credits, again, you see Algebra 1 plus Geometry, Algebra 2, Pre-Calc, or any advanced math credits aligned to their course of study. Some of you know there are dual credit and AP courses that are absolutely advanced. AP Stats is a prime example, that are not on this list, but that a student could count in this, or they're dual credit as well. The second area, science. Purdue was really adamant, and I think this is a good point. Sure, I have that. Yeah. Purdue was really adamant that, sure, it could be Bio 1, could be chemistry and physics, but they were very adamant about, or any advanced lab science. And I said, what do you mean by advanced lab science? Because I'm going to be asked. And they said, like anatomy and physiology. Or it could be, you all, like a project lead the way, biomed path in some of those top levels. So all of those things, we will be working where this flexibility is on a menu of options. So that will help schools as they determine some options. Still earn C or higher in all courses and a cumulative B average. The complete one of the following remain the same except one thing. And this was supported by our higher eds. For those students who get the Enrollment Honor Seal with 4 credits in an AP course, you will now be required to pass that corresponding AP exam versus just get a certain letter grade. The reason they said that is if we're talking about currency, the way that an AP college credit flows to higher ed is if you get a 3 or higher. But I want to go, and I want to go to that second bullet, that 6 college credits. That is where the vast majority of our students, how they get their academic honors designation today. Again, when you have 64% of your kids earning college credit, and a lot of those are coming from dual credit or dual enrollment, and we predict that will continue. But I just wanted to point out that AP exam piece. All right. I'm going to go through the whole enrollment, and then I'm going to come back. So let's scroll down to the Honors Plus seal for enrollment. The Honors Plus seal is where a student actually completes a credential of value and not just random acts of AP and dual credit. You can do that. You can do that, and you can get the Honors seal. But the intentionality, that credential of value, that educational attainment with an associate degree, a technical certificate, we know has value. The Indiana College Core is a credit package that is required in state law to transfer to any public college or university in Indiana and be that first year of college. We're seeing that trajectory go up. It saves time and money. The AP Scholar with distinction and the Cambridge and the IB are on there because that is currency to some of our higher eds, whether it comes to scholarship or what have you. It is currency for kids. You'll also see complete 100 hours of work-based learning. The work-based learning, let's talk about that. That can be before school, after school, during school, in the summertime, very flexible there. It can be paid, it could be non-paid. We've had some ask. It could be virtual, it could be in person. We're going to give a lot of flexibility there. But as you will read in Purdue University's letter, second paragraph, they also care about work-based learning because the research is there on the skill development that we're trying to get our students more prepared to have, like communication, collaboration, and work ethic. Can you scroll back up, please? Employment Honors Seal. Employment Honors Seal, this first one is a lot of what we're doing today. Earn a market-driven credential of value, and that asterisk is because we have industry leaders right now looking at that credential of value list. There are some credentials, you all, today across the nation that we say these are business credentials, and our business leaders are like, yeah, that was maybe like 10 years ago. So we have an active group of business and industry leaders looking and saying, give us the most updated what matters to you and what can be beneficial for kids. So that's what that asterisk is. They're working on that. I'll give you one example there, like a CNA, which certainly is valued by some, by many of our hospitals. But some are doing a CNA. There are others, when you get down to the Honors Plus, who are doing like a CCMA or getting closer to an MA, medical assistant, if you don't know all the acronyms. You know, or on this, they could do 3 courses in a CTE pathway. Also, you see the work-based learning, again, with the same level of flexibility, the demonstration of skill development, and communication, collaboration, and work ethic. And then the employers were really adamant about meeting an attendance goal. Really important to our employers. I would tell you, we did get some feedback in how the first draft attendance rule was drafted. We will be making updates to how that was drafted. So I've personally asked the Principals Association, the Counselors Association, if you have thoughts, because they work with students day in and day out, if you have thoughts on the attendance rule, the attendance goal, we would love to take that and share with our employer leaders to try to figure out how to best set that up that makes sense. And why I mention that is because principals know that there are some situations that come up with students that employers certainly wouldn't want to penalize. So that conversation is happening. But the attendance goal is key. The other thing I'll tell you, talking to some superintendents and principals, they've been pretty pumped to have the attendance goal a couple of places because they feel like, gosh, that could be a way also to get more of our kids to come to school with our chronic absenteeism challenge. Okay, scroll on down. The Employment Honors Plus Seal, a market-driven credential of value. Again, this is a step up. This is a plus. Could be an associate degree, a technical certificate, an Indiana College Core, or an advanced industry certificate. And again, we'll work with our industry leaders to build that out. There's a lot of permeability between the two of these in terms of credential. On the Employment Honors Plus seal, the work-based learning hours do step up to 650. Some of the employers we've talked to want more than that. So if you have opinions on that, feel welcome to weigh in there. 650 hours is in statute under the definition of pre-apprenticeship. The way we're looking at this is it could be a pre-apprenticeship, it could be a modern youth apprenticeship. We also, and again, feel welcome to comment here, we also have that rather than just containing that to one experience, it could be multiple. I mentioned my personal story. I thought I was going to be a lawyer, and I was going to go to law school, and I decided that was not for me. And the calling for me was to be a teacher. And so it would have helped, and actually I did have work-based learning in high school, but it was helpful to see different options. So that's why we have that or more experiences there. And then the demonstration of skills. If you could scroll up to thank you. The enlistment and service seal, and I think this is a really, really important point. These are, as I've mentioned, optional, but some of these are already incentivized in the funding formula. Students who earn the base and do not earn a seal, they could still enroll or employ or enlist, potentially. The honor seal is there for a reason. It is a step up. It is a bit more rigor. And I'll come back to the incentivizing the seals in just a minute. Let me walk through the enlistment and service. General Lyles has talked to the military branches. You've talked to police and fire safety. So that's why you see the and service here. So complete one of the following, either introduction to public service course or an approved locally created equivalent. And the key there is the focus on the physical standards and the character, which is what is causing most of the kids who want to go that path to be kept out. So that was a big focus of theirs. Or for schools who have it, they could do 1 year of JROTC. The second element is a score of 31 on the ASVAB. And this illustrates my earlier point. 33% of people who enlist score under a 31. And they still enlist. So they get the base diploma, they could still enlist. The 31, and then you're going to see the officer level as well. But I wanted to point that out. But this is also completing the career exploration program that is after the ASVAB. Also the attendance goal, and then the skill development, have an externally verified mentorship experience with current military personnel, veterans, or other public safety professionals. And I'm sure people are like, how is that going to work? General Lyles, I would like you to speak on your vision there, because he's already working on that. Scroll up, please, to the enlistment and scroll down. To the enlistment and service honors plus seal, you see achieve a score of 50 or higher on the ASVAB. It's important for us to call that out because that's where you can hit officer status or a higher ranking. General Lyles, maybe you could speak on that. So again, here's the blueprint for success. We want to be very real with our students. So that 50 is there. And then also it's key to demonstrate an excellence in leadership. So a student could complete 100 hours of public service, or they could hold a leadership role in a co-curricular or extracurricular activity, or they could complete 2 seasons of a team-based physical sport or activity, and the military was adamant that that was physical. So if you want to comment there, talk to General Lyles. Physical. So all that to say, if you could scroll back up, significantly simplified and streamlined. One base diploma that is very, very flexible and can be personalized. And scroll back up. It can be personalized if the student determines to do the honors level seal, the honors plus level seal. A couple things that I want to point out. And I've mentioned this a few times. Some of this is already incentivized in our state K-12 budget. So already today, for the enrollment honor seal, it would be $1,500. In addition to foundation complexity, what a school gets. And most people are not in the weeds on school finance, so I'm looking at a few of you and just kind of the high-level tutorial for others. But the other thing that was just incentivized in the Indiana state budget beginning in 2023 is any student, and David, listen in, fact check me on these numbers because I don't use very many notes, it's all off the top of my head. If a student earns an associate degree, a school will get an additional $2,500 on top of any foundation or complexity funding, on top of. If a student earns the Indiana College Core, they get $1,500 on top of. If a student completes a credential of value, like a technical certificate, an advanced industry certificate, they get an additional $500. If a student has a work-based learning experience, they get an additional $500. So there's already money allocated in the K-12 funding formula that I think what we would do is try to work to, rather than making it like random act of funding, we would work to bring that together a bit in our recommendation ahead. The other thing is we have accountability model due December 1st to the General Assembly. So we are also contemplating, as the State Board of Ed listens again to a second public comment, how might this work within an accountability model of some sort. So I'm going to pause there. Why don't you scroll back up? Actually, can you go back to that slide that has the 2-pager? I think, yeah, stay right there. I'm going to pause there, and I'm going to go back, take my mic off, and let's start some discussion as a State Board of Ed. Oh, shoot, I didn't finish the presentation. It's almost done. Go back to that next slide. The next ones are fast. I think you're on the slide deck. Can you just go to the next slide? Yeah, just go. There you go. Again, I've already mentioned letters of support from a variety of partners. Those are still rolling in, but they're rolling in because we have worked hard with all of our partners to get this to a better place. So here are just a few examples. Go to the next one, please. The rulemaking timeline and next steps. I've said this verbally a few times. Some of you are visual. So the next step is LSA will work to publish the rule on the Indiana Register. That involves several different steps. I don't know the timeline on when that will be, but we will absolutely social media share when that second round starts. And then the board, before December 31st, the law requires us to have a rule. The team is already actively working with many stakeholder groups on work-based learning guidance and comprehensive credentials of value lists, so that is in process. Again, we have to adopt the final rule before December 31st. Then in 25-26 school year, schools are able to opt into the new diploma, and then the 28-29 school year, the new diploma is effective for all graduating seniors. Just so you all know, this right here is in statute. We can't adjust that. That is in Indiana code. So the current diploma is sunset October 1st, 2028, and the new diplomas would be the 2028-2029 school year. So go to the next slide. I think that's it. That is it. Thank you. Let's shift to State Board of Ed discussion. Mr. Watts. Can you lean in, make sure?
That slide is perfect. Just a thank you to board members, you especially, Katie. We've had a lot of long nights and long, hard discussions. But I feel like we made a really good place. This is work that I'm proud of. Done this for a long time. And this and pathways, I think, is the two things that will have the most impact on students. And it's been exhausting is probably the wrong word, but a good exhausting to be part of. I mean, it's when I talk about you, especially your leadership, the way that you listen and have hard conversations is a skill that serves students well. So thank you for that. And when you're aggressive, you bring about change, and you've done that. And you brought about positive change with where we landed here. So this is going to be really good for kids and really good for schools, and I'm excited about it.
Thank you, BJ. Opening it up to any other board members. Some are avoiding eye contact with me. Mr. Mapes, you're leaning in, so.
I'll lean in, yeah. Kind of ditto with what BJ said, but also next steps, right? Things that probably aren't part of the rule, but are on my mind when I look at this is flexibility in teacher licensing.
Yes.
To be able to teach these courses.
Yep.
Flexibility for school corporations to recommend courses for approval to match maybe some applied mathematics and language arts courses to meet their community needs. As well as I would love to see CTE come back in under the department so we have a better of alignment with those courses, and that way we can make certain that the total package is there to serve our students.
So I'll just touch on the flexibility for teacher licensing. I think we as a board have some ability to add flexibility there, so we'll take that up and understand what we as a board could do. As one example, I think the principals shared, as one example to what Pat is saying operations-wise, and when you think about running a school, if you're a social studies teacher, you can't necessarily teach all the social studies classes. You have to have separate licenses for world history and U.S. and government. I mean, so that's one flexibility example that the principals have mentioned. So let's see what we as a board can do, and if we can't get it done, then let's ask the General Assembly for additional flexibility there. Scott, Mr. Bass.
So again, I'll echo Pat and BJ. Huge thanks, and I know that you personally and in Ron and David have spent hundreds and hundreds of hours listening to constructive feedback and other feedback. And I think the process worked, right? So if you look at, again, to the point on change, like you don't get change unless you start out here knowing that you're going to get feedback and you're going to tweak and adjust. And I think we wouldn't be here today without being where we were in March, right? I think that's really, really important to note. And I think the other thing that I would comment about where we are now is the potential it gives our students and our schools to innovate and push locally, right? With the system we have today, you saw little pockets of that, but it was really hard and people were essentially having to hack the system. Where this almost encourages that part of it. I was already hearing from people saying, hey, look, we think with the flexibility on the courses and the choices, we can do more things like have team teaching and combine two subjects together into a single class period. And now we're getting a 2-for-1, right? And now we're going to free up more time on a student's schedule so they can do more work-based learning. That 650 hours becomes very achievable when you start looking at things like that. And I think we're going to give schools and students that, again, that flexibility to innovate and personalize, which gets to the other issues. You know, when I talked before about the reading, where things line up, when you have policy and implementation and support, you'll get results. And I think, what we're seeing now is a dysfunction in the system, not a dysfunction in the people in the system, but a dysfunction in the system where things are not lined up. And again, we've used the word random a lot. Like there's a lot of random acts and they're working very hard. I was going to say they're working their off, but
their tails off.
Yeah, they're
Scott.
working their tails off. Don't curse in board meetings. Yes.
Yeah, big note, big note.
But I think, again, we have another opportunity here, just like we did with reading, to line things up, support schools at the local level, and let them execute. And I think this does that. Again, not perfectly. I know we're going to get more comments and feedback, but I think it's going to be on the detail of it versus the overall structure. And kudos to everybody who worked on this, all the board members, you and your staff. I think we're in a really, really good place with this.
So I just realized as I'm looking straight at General Lyles, sir, you have listened to more education, testimony, and discussion than probably ever in your life combined, other than when you were in K-12 schools. You've thought a lot about this with your team. Could you come up to the mic and just share some of your reflections, because your partnership has been just remarkable?
Sure. And It is absolutely my honor to be here and listen to this discussion today. And I'll tell you, to have the elementary teachers in this room today, for a papaw that's teaching a 4-year-old how to read, oh my goodness. You got the patience of Job. How about the
You got some tips from them.
That's right. Yeah. I need you to help me with, so the picture for C is a cat. No, for a 4-year-old, that's a kitty. And you try to discern between C and K, and uppercase letters and lowercase letters sound the same. If you could help me with that, I'd really appreciate it. So. But in all seriousness, it is absolutely probably going to be one of the highlights of my 40 years of service is working with you in this endeavor. And I can tell you this, Dr. Jenner alluded to it earlier, but this is not about getting people to join the Army. It's not. This is about helping men and women realize the opportunity to serve their state and to serve their country and what that can do for them, because it changes lives. When you serve and you join the military, you become something bigger than yourself, part of something bigger than yourself, and you see the profound impact that you have on people's lives. And that's what this is about. So helping to overcome the 77% of high school students that are ineligible for joining the military because they don't have the aptitude or the physical ability or the character, we can overcome that. We can use this particular seal to overcome that and open the aperture for men and women to serve, to make themselves better, and to take advantage of all of the opportunities and the benefits that we have in the military. So if you're going for the enrollment seal, a counselor should automatically pivot you to the enlist seal because we'll pay for your college. And so they go hand in hand. And then we talk about the potential of becoming an officer. If you want to be in a service academy in the 8th grade, you need a plan that puts you into the enrollment seal and the enlistment seal, because if you have all AP honors classes, you're going to have the same credentials that every other kid that's trying to compete for that has. But if you got a 4-year letter and you're the captain of your soccer team, then you set yourself apart from that other student. And so that's what this is all about. And then as we move from the concept to the policy, to the implementation strategy, to the operationalizing this, here's what I envision on the enlist seal. We have 12,500 guardsmen in Indiana. We have over 60 armories. There is no reason why we can't partner with counselors and schools to allow them to come to our drill weekend and to experience the military and to make an informed decision about what they want to do while they're in high school. And I'm talking with Doug Carter and the Indianapolis State Police and the IMPD and all the other fire departments about how we could potentially put these programs out there to enhance the work-based learning. So I don't see anything but greatness about this, and it's going to go a long ways with, yes, getting people to join the Army, but it's going to have a more profound effect of bettering our citizens and making better kids and better Hoosiers for the state and for our country. So thank you for the opportunity to partner.
If you could, because I know we've had discussions about your vision for the mentorship opportunity, for a student to actually work with, spend time with. Can you talk to that?
So the Indiana National Guard has almost every military occupational specialty that you would want if you were joining the Army or the Air Force. And so, for example, if we have a young freshman or sophomore that says, I want to potentially look at what you have in cyber, I can partner them with the cyber battalion that we have in the Indiana National Guard, and they can go to the cyber range at Muscatatuck and attack a water treatment facility and shut it down. And then that could potentially spark more interest in being a cyber warrior or serving in the cybersecurity sector upon graduation. Or, no kidding, I need F-16 pilots and I need Black Hawk pilots. There are pathways to achieve that, and I could help them understand that by taking them to Fort Wayne and talking with an F-16 pilot, or taking them to Shelbyville and talking to a Black Hawk pilot and spending the weekend with that team and learning about what that is. So I think that hands-on practicality helps a kid see beyond today and see tomorrow, and then see that there is a path to get there.
Thank you, General Lyles. Any questions from board members for General Lyles? Sincere gratitude. You've been amazing.
And if there's any tips with my 4-year-old granddaughter, I'll stand at the door to wait outside. Thank you.
Josh Garrison, Chief of Staff of Indiana Commission for Higher Education. You've been an incredible partner. Do you want to say a few words? Not really, but you will.
I'll keep it brief. Thank you, Dr. Jenner. The commission appreciates the opportunity to work with your staff on this. I just want to say this is how the process should work, taking public comment, taking feedback, and then evolving the diploma. Really want to thank David and Ron, who have probably gotten tired of my text messages and calls late at night as we've worked over this over the last month. We look forward to working with you and your team as the final rule is developed and appreciate that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. You are short and sweet. I like it. Thank you. And he already left the podium, so we don't have time for questions for him. He knows the drill. Other board members would love to offer the opportunity for you to provide any thoughts.
Dr. Jenner, in follow-up to the general's points and observations, just wanted to reemphasize the relevance piece and the student apathy back to the why, and my hope that as we're implementing, students can accomplish multiple credits with one course, that we can be thinking about how we're embedding personal finance, perhaps in other contexts or with some of these experiences that are being described, and we're not requiring students to take things, just as they're noted on the screen, and I'm confident that we won't do that. And just as we're reflecting on all the work that got us to this point, I was just thinking about how what used to be called the Transfer General Education Core, we might forget that because now it's the Indiana Core, came out in 2012, and it's taken us 12 years to figure out how to implement it to scale. And just wanted to congratulate you for helping us scale that across Indiana and to make it less hard. All of that work was upstream and is upstream now. And so it's really exciting to be able to have the opportunity to make that easier for everybody else. So well done.
Thank you. And that law actually, because Madison started scaling it in 2012 in other school districts across the state, that law was put into code, I think, in 2007. So that has been a long time coming. And again, if a student earns that, it saves time and money for the child to continue on a four-year education journey. Thank you for that, Katie. Erica, I see you
I wanted
leaning.
to say that I'm really excited about the opportunity of more students being able to earn that credential of value, how close we are for those students to be able to do that, having, I think it's about 13 and a half credits that on average that 64% of students that earn college credit get. And so now we'll be moving from possibly so much more than that 5% that do earn the credential. And that is going to open up so many more opportunities. Maybe the students that began in high school and were so close that never go back to earn it, they'll have it and they'll be able to just be successful in their career. So I'm so glad that we are prioritizing that flexibility that you mentioned that was first on the list of key priorities. So that I really appreciate all the work that so many people are doing, so many board members, David and Ron and everybody that's working so hard with this. My son is going to be the first class, the first graduating class. He'll be a senior when this has to go through. But before him, I have 5, and I have 4. My 4th graduated this year, and a couple of my other children, if they had that flexibility, they would have been able to earn so much more. So I'm excited for the opportunities, even for my own son, that he'll have and so many other students in the state of Indiana.
Thank you, Erica. Any other? Yes, Greg.
And just a point of clarification for all my social studies friends out there and business teachers. So when you see that it says, under the diploma.
Hey, Greg, pull your mic up just a little bit. You do have a loud voice, a coach voice, but a little bit closer, yeah. Just saying.
So you see that the personal finance is under math, but you can be a social studies teacher, econ, or a business teacher to teach that course, okay?
That flexibility is already there, and that is a really good shout out for social studies.
That I teach with are going to be very worried about econ, but as we know, the push of parents who really want their students to come out and understand the basics of finance. But econ's still available if you want to take AP econ. But then I also have Pat and I were talking, you know, when you look at the honors field, just a point of order here, that if I take an AP class my senior year, we're not going to get those scores until June or July.
So we
just
are
something to
already
think about.
talking, you know, we're running that ball down.
Okay.
The CEO of College Board may also be watching today. College Board is who does all of AP, and they are hyper aware of that.
Okay.
So we'll ensure that we'll ensure the board has an answer before we would ever vote on the roll. But thank you for highlighting that. Yeah,
think,
BJ.
I mean, as we're planting seeds here, I think we're also going to think about, with pathways, boxes 2 and 3, because when you think about boxes 2 and 3, they exist because we knew we didn't have the diploma right.
Right.
All they are is a check because we didn't have it the right way. So if we get this right, what happens to boxes 2 and 3? Because if you look, a lot of the things that exist in boxes 2 and 3 have rolled into your seals.
Well, I 100% forgot to say that. The comms team behind you is like, you didn't say that.
Okay.
So you called out something, and we did already reference that, or fact check that. If a student earns a seal, it will take care of all the grad pathways. They are taken care of. If a student does not earn a seal, if they just get the base, they would have to do component 2 and 3. But the seals, that was a huge suggestion, especially from the counselors and the principals. So thank you for asking that and calling that out. It ties together.
That was a pretty quick response to what I was going to do with it. Wow, thanks.
Kristen, do you have, sorry, you don't have thoughts, I can tell. Kristen and Dr. William, I just want to make sure I've given everyone the opportunity. Okay. All right.
I believe you've all heard the phrase that clear is kind, and so I believe that what we have seen and heard today is kind, because it has provided clarity to the graduation requirements. And I also want to name to all of our educators that are here today and that have been here previously, thank you for your passion. Thank you for your input. Thank you even for the frustration that you have had during this time, because it allowed us to get to where we are now. So I just want to name that to all of our educators.
Excellent point. Thank you. Iris, you are now on screen. I don't know if you have a thought.
No, I just want to say kudos to the team. You've all worked so hard, and I totally agree. Now we can focus on bringing CTE back in and get things more aligned. And Katie and Moat, I'm also super excited about your comment on integrating personal finance and giving kids credit for the work that they've done and the cool experiences that their schools have been able to design. So the future is bright. I'm super excited and just honored to have walked along in all of this with all of you. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Iris. All right, so seeing no one else leaning in, we have several public comments. I think what I'd like to do is pause for a restroom break, and then we will jump straight into public comments and look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much for everyone who's here. We will come back. Let's shoot for 11:35. That's a fast turnaround, 11:35. And then I'll let you all work around while we're... Okay, we're going to go ahead and start public comment. We look forward to hearing from you. And are we live for the public? Great. So we'll start with Kendra Johnson. Welcome.
Good morning to the board, to those present and those joining us by way of the media. I've been absent for about 3 months, and it's because of the one thing that affects all of our students and everyone in this room, life.
That's true.
Looking and listening to the presentation today, I am greatly pleased to see all of the partnerships involved. And I'm waiting to hear from the PTA concerning the high school diploma, as I'll put it, update. On my way here, I talked to 2 parents, a male who was taking his child to school, and we had a little bit of a problem because he didn't understand English very well. But he was right there on the bus with his child, making sure that child was getting to school. The second parent was a single mom with her little girl waiting at the bus stop. And I asked her, if you had a chance to talk to the Board of Education, what would you say? And she looked at me and she said, there are a lot of teachers out here that have a passion for what they do. But I've observed that there are a lot of others that are in it just for a job. And I would encourage those individuals to think about what they're being entrusted with. They're being entrusted with one of the most valuable resources in the world, a young mind. And how they shape that young mind with the time that they have with them, that's going to be very important. Because I tell parents all the time, the purpose of the parent is to encourage and train their child to not only survive, but to thrive while they are no longer alive. So to all the educators here, congratulations on the success you've had with those that are starting this new year. And a shout out to Banneker at Marquette and Gary, Indiana for their gains. My son went there before their configuration. And also to Bethune Preschool. I got a feed that they were starting school today. So to all of the students, I wish you the best of luck. And any input I can give with all the experience I've had and with all the ones I've spoken with, I'll be glad to share. Oh, civics. That was one of my concerns too, civic classes.
Thank you very much, Kendra. We'll now invite Bob Taylor and on deck, Jericho Weaver, followed by Todd Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bob Taylor. I have the privilege of being the Executive Director of the Indiana Association of Public Schools. We represent over 290 public school superintendents who are charged with the health, welfare, and education of over 1 million Indiana K through 12 students. And along with the Indiana Association of Urban Schools, who've asked to be included in this comment, we are proud to endorse and support the efforts that have been put forth by the department. The diploma requirements that have been established and were presented to us today are requirements that not only meet the academic rigor that we expect from our Indiana high schools, but go beyond that rigor and include the individualized flexibility for both the student, but equally important for the parents, to allow that student to determine and yet maybe redirect their academic pathway. I'm a third-generation Indiana public school superintendent and very proud of the fact. In my 47 years, I've seen a lot of redesigns in education. But I think back to my grandfather, who helped education in Indiana move from an agrarian-based society to a manufacturing-based economy in Indiana. That required a redesign. My father, who helped redesign schools in the 60s and chase the space race, Sputnik, and move curriculum away from simply a manufacturing prepared curriculum to a curriculum that was more conducive to preparing our students, specifically our Hoosier students, to be competitive in a new world. And we put a man on the moon pretty quickly. I myself was privileged to move education from that science-based to technology-based. These thumbs weren't made for typing, but yet we continued to move our programming so it was responsive to students. And that's also what this is, very responsive to student needs. And yet here we are again today. While I helped bring technology utilization to our students, today it is an information-based society. And as I'm reflecting on those parallels, each progressive change happened much quicker than the previous one. We're not talking hundreds or 50 years, we're talking now decade or less of years of change. And as we prepare our students with this new diploma requirement, as we allow them the flexibility to work with family, work with higher ed, to work with the business community, to work with the military community. And I actually wish Major General Lyles was here because he solved our attendance problem. If every one of my superintendents could say, come sit in an F-16 or come sit in a Black Hawk helicopter, everybody in the world would come to school. It's not fair. He has all the cool toys. But nonetheless, his words are just as meaningful as those from business, as those from education. So we sincerely thank Secretary Jenner and her staff who've worked tirelessly in listening, not just doing, but listening and transitioning those comments, those observations, and those inputs into what was presented to us today. So again, as a lifelong Hoosier educator, but more importantly, as someone privileged to work with our educational leaders in the state of Indiana to support those classroom teachers, which are at the core of our future, it's my honor to stand here today and say thank you, and we provide our full endorsement and will continue to work as closely as we can to ensure this diploma is not only responsive, but is truly the foundation of the future of Indiana. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Thank you, board.
Thank you, Bob, Executive Director of Superintendents Association, and please give Dave Marcotte, Executive Director of Urban Schools, our thanks. Jericho Weaver and Ryan Hill. Yeah, you're right beside, you're on the same. I should have called both. Thank you. And then Todd Best will be next.
I promised Jericho I would introduce him. So Jericho Weaver is a graduate of our Madison County Anderson Indiana Crossing, and he's here to share about that.
Ryan and Larry called me up the other day and asking if I could come out here and talk to you about the work-based learning programs that our school has provided us, specifically the Highway Department through Madison County. Through the Madison County Highway Department, in just work-based learning programs alone, it has provided, specifically for the Anderson campus, a plethora of job opportunities that most, if not all, students at these schools would not be able to know about or even get into or apply for. And I believe that it is a great opportunity for everyone, and that okay. Now you kind of trying to remember what I even did.
You're doing an excellent job. It is so tough as a student to get up here. You're doing awesome.
Mostly for the highway department, what I did a lot of the time was we would travel, within Madison County doing anywhere between road work to working on the culvert pipes, cleaning those out, or even, trimming trees away from the roads or anything in between there. And a lot of it, sometimes you would go out and you'd actually you do a lot of manual labor one day, and the next day you go out, you don't even barely do anything except sit down and look at the county.
We know all about that. Tell them about what you're doing now, how you got hired, and what role you play. We see your awesome Madison County shirt here, so tell us about that.
Yeah.
Now I'm a maintenance man for the Madison County courthouse. I got hired on there through one of the higher ups at the highway department because I needed a better job than just working where I was, and they got a hold of me within like a week and were like, hey, there's an opportunity up here, would you like to come out and work for it? I said yes, had an interview about next day, and next thing I knew I was working out there, and I've been working out there for about 6 months now, give or take. I do enjoy it, and I believe that anyone else who, could have this opportunity would also enjoy having pretty much a guaranteed working environment. Or even...
Yep, absolutely.
I'm trying to think.
No, you're good.
And I would highly recommend this program for just about anyone from, 9th grade up, just because it provides so many different opportunities that most, if not probably anyone, would normally see or have access to.
Jericho, I have to ask, have you ever spoken to a group like this before?
Not necessarily this large, but I have done a few meetings in front of the Madison County Commissioners.
Well, you can check this off your list. This is a state meeting. You did a very nice job. Thank you for coming to share your story.
Thank you guys for having me.
Well, I think that speaks for itself to some degree, but again, Ryan Hill, superintendent of the Crossing High School. We support the GPS updates. I appreciate the additional structure. I think that's going to help us maintain the flexibility, but I do agree that it does simplify things. And I know for our team, I believe strongly that it will lead to a smoother implementation. Today, I wanted to focus a little bit on solutions. So Jericho's story is one of many. We've seen in many of the cities that we're in, area nonprofits getting engaged with the high schools and providing high school level curriculum, programming, certifications. We saw this municipal example, so I wanted to highlight that today, that our municipalities, I'm sure they're also struggling to find qualified folks. And so how we engage that level, I know doesn't necessarily come up in conversation as much during these meetings, but I wanted to highlight that as well. I would highly recommend that we maintain as much work-based learning I would recommend all of the SEALs as possible. And I think that could be done potentially on the service side, service projects that are outside of the school building, engaged, deployed in the community, possibly for those honors SEALs, not the honors plus SEALs, but just some feedback on the possibility of getting as much community connection deployment experience as possible. I think we heard it from Jericho. So again, today we have Jericho. We also have the 7th largest employer in Indiana, Thor Motor Coach. So you'll hear from Stan Myers. They've been doing programming with us and many other local high schools, nonprofits, community members, to deploy and do work-based learning programs in Elkhart County and beyond. So excited to hear from them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. And Todd Bess, and then Stan Myers. Followed by George Philhauer, then Steve Baker.
Good morning, Dr. Jenner and State Board. Thank you for the time to speak here today. Todd Bess, Executive Director with the Indiana Association of School Principals. And also a thank you to Jericho for your service, taking care of us in our roadways and everywhere else. And thanks for your perseverance too, right? Clearly you've done a lot of good work here, so thank you. We as an association have had the chance to provide some feedback recently on the drafts. We really appreciate that. And a great shout out to all those principals who took time at the beginning of school to do that. You have our letter of support. Hopefully that conveys flexibility both in the credits and the seals that we see as a way through this diploma. Just some comments. Work-based learning and work experiences are a major emphasis for us as a state clearly. We have many high schools excelling in this, and those are both small and large schools across our state. What we see in this current approach is that it allows those concepts to grow within a community without being a requirement for all, right? We can model this, we can scale this. We appreciate that those skills that we're trying to emphasize are present, but rather than being a requirement for all the seals, the approach, again, allows the system to evolve, right? Our educators have got a lot of work to do to implement this and then to innovate with this. So taking out that logistical piece allows us to put that system in place. I commented in the letter about crossover and permeability in the seals, and we think this is important. A lot of freshman classes, yes, are very much the same, yet kids want to choose particular options, and we want to make sure that they can move between any of those seals or earn multiple ones. We see a great opportunity. Ryan made a little comment about this, about work-based learning being in that enrollment seal, because that creates multiple paths, right? That way when they graduate, they have those opportunities. You heard General Lyles speak to the whole enrollment and enlistment seal crossover. I think that's a high potential. And as well, I'd say too, the seals are that roadmap, but it's not that absolute requirement, right? A student can earn that diploma with their 42 credits, their own personalized graduation pathway that's developed locally. I think those are really strong points too. I think we've heard this again and again, but I'll keep using this word, that the model allows for innovation and earning of credits. We don't operate in silos of now I'm going to do my math and now my English, right? We can create that also, but that's going to take license flexibility, right? And moving forward. And I think rural perspectives that's now in the diploma model is an area that represents this. We should look at all of our courses and our contents areas for meeting this, because a rural perspective can come through a variety of ways. I'm confident in our principals and all of our school leaders to implement, and I'll say it again, innovate with this. We will lead in this space. And if I may, please, the Wayne Township, is anybody from Wayne Township here today to speak?
They are in school.
Right, well,
Let's talk to their superintendent, yep.
So the principal of Ben Davis wanted to be here to provide comment, but wasn't able to do so. I'll be very quick. They're supportive of the new diploma rendition. There's some areas that could be clarified and shored up. The structure allows for flexibility while preparing all students for life after high school. They'll have the foundational skills to choose enrollment, employment, or enlistment, and the ability and core knowledge to change their mind into adulthood. We appreciate the changes that were made based on the voice of educators at all levels across the state, and we believe this diploma will enable our students to be competitive in life after high school. So thank you again for that.
Thank you, Todd. And I also heard from another principal last night, your president-elect of the School Principals Association sent a letter of support. So I don't know if you've seen that. We'll make sure you have a copy, but really appreciate your partnership and all that you've done. We'll keep working together. Stan Myers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I am Stan Myers. I am a Director of Operations at Thor Motor Coach. I oversee their CNC and wire harness operations. We are a support group, and we put all the parts, or build all the parts that you see in our motor coaches on the highways. I'm here this morning to support any decision and continued efforts to support work-based learning in any type of Core 40, redoing the diplomas, however you want to say it. Because over the last 12 years, we've developed programs. We have a program, Lifeline, where we reach out to middle schoolers and high schoolers and make them aware of the opportunities within our industry. We have a LEAP program where we middle schoolers and younger, where we work with them, and I believe we're reaching out to over 5,000 students a year, just making them aware of the opportunities that exist in our industry. And in my own experience, in the last 8 years, I've seen what efforts have been applied. I go back to one particular student in one of my buildings, 18 years old. She graduated high school and she's got a career in front of her, and it all came from what was provided to her and what she's seen and what the decisions she made. And it's going to work out very well for this young lady, and I think she's been with us for 3 years now. And I see her in management, and I see her leading the way. And I also wanted to let you know that Thor Motor Coach is committed to support any of these efforts, and will do so through our developed relationships, continued development with working with local resources, local high schools, and it all boils down to we will see this in our students, our communities, and in our state, and it can only be a positive thing for the long run.
Thank you for partnering with K-12 and opening your doors to work-based learning. Really appreciate it. Thank you for being here as well.
Thank you for joining.
George Philhauer, Steve Baker, then Adam Barton.
Good morning.
Good morning.
George Philhauer, I'm superintendent at Eastern Hancock Schools, just east of Indianapolis. I was here in March, actually across the hall, in support of the high school redesign efforts, and I'm still here to support the high school redesign efforts. I appreciate all the work that the department has done and the board has done to get as much feedback as possible. I believe what was presented today was something that I'm going to have an easier time explaining when I take it back to my home community. And I just appreciate the commitment to the goals of flexibility and the opportunities of providing that allow us to provide opportunities for our kids. I think the current diploma, when we take a look at it, it's a really good option for kids who are academically inclined, and it does not provide good options for the kids who are not. The options that are provided kind of feel like less than. I'm superintendent of Eastern Hancock, and I'm really proud to do that. But the other job that I am is I'm dad to Eli and Riley. And anybody that has more than one kid knows that those kids are completely different. And the idea of having pathways that feel good to both of my kids is a wonderful feeling. And the idea that I'm taking that back to my district to provide lots of good opportunities for those kids as well is a great thing. So I really appreciate all the work that you've done to elevate the voice that happened between March and today, and can't wait to dive into implementing this new diploma. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Steve Baker, Adam Barton, Brian Disney.
Hi there, Steve Baker. Starting my 26th year as principal of Bluffton High School in Bluffton, Indiana. I currently serve on the executive board of IASP as well. I want to start off by saying that I have literally watched every minute of the live and recorded videos of state board meetings, public comment times, including the 4.5-hour state board meeting in July while I was on vacation. So if I could get a seal for that, yeah. If I could get a seal for that, and Dr. Jen, if you don't mind, I'm going to need a note from my wife from you. So I'll need that before we leave. But I have done that, but I say that because I have listened to the comments, and the first thing I want to talk about is the process. And I want to say thank you to the board, Dr. Jen, or David, Ron. I've watched you in these meetings, and you have listened. You have made people feel valued, you've been patient, and you've shown what true leadership is. So coming from a principal doing this for 26 years, I want to say thank you. The process sometimes is just as important as the product. My comments on the latest version of the high school diploma, I do support the second draft, the one that we talked about today. 1 diploma, not 2. 3 optional seals, very good. It is much simpler, easier. There's no points combined with credits, focuses on academics, not competency verifications. The new draft has addressed the rigor that many people commented on. It has addressed the rigor while still providing flexibility. I don't know how you did it, but you did it. Especially in the world, you brought back world perspectives being reinstated, world history or world language. I would suggest maybe if it can be done, moving the world culture standards to a level 1 class, because I don't think students will take 3 years of a foreign language when they could just take 1 year of world history, but that's to be worked out later. The seals, well done. I believe the enrollment seal will address many issues that have been made through public comment. All 3 seals are good. Putting the 3 seals that you and others have talked about in box 3 for the post-secondary competencies to replace academic honors, technical honors, makes a lot of sense. I encourage that replacement, but I do want to stress, because it's been said before, that those seals are optional. Here's what can be done. I was on the last diploma committee with Glenda Ritz. You remember that? And we started and they got to a place and then everybody said, that's good, now let's add all this other stuff. And it made it not effective, and we went back to what we originally had. So let's not do that. The optional seals is where they should be. We can incentivize them. And I just want anybody to hear this. Our diploma now is not general. That's not the lowest moving forward. It's going to be a core 40, more than a core 40, plus a box 2 employability skills, plus a box 3 post-secondary competency. That's going to be the minimum. So we're really jacking this up. We don't have to turn around and say, those seals look so good, let's make those mandatory as well. We don't need to do that. With box 3, we have a lot of these already. Attendance, you've addressed, Dr. Jenner. I agree with you, and ISP is working on that. Andy Allen has already sent something around, and we're working on that today as we speak. It's a multi-tiered approach. We know that setting a number won't solve this. It's working with employers, families, and everything else. Just in closing, I want to say thank you. Everybody uses the word flexibility. Thank you for the flexibility talking about licensing. We blurred the lines between high school and post-secondary. Now I think it's time to blur the lines between high school and middle school. So these classes that can be taught at the middle school, like personal finance, PCC, computer science, we love that. So again, thank you. It does provide options and paths for our students to choose from as they transition next phase of their lives. And principals, high school principals, stand ready to implement these diplomas. We're excited and we're ready to get on with business. So thank you all.
Thank you, Steve, and thanks in advance for the attendance goal recommendations. That will be really helpful. And then the teacher license flexibility, really helpful recommendations for us to consider ahead. Adam Barton, Brian Disney, and then Representative Chris Campbell.
Hello, I'm Adam Barton. I'm the principal of Eastern Hancock. I appreciate all the work, as everybody else has said throughout the morning. I really like where this version of the diploma is. The seals especially, I think they're going to be incredible conversations for our counselors. I think the phrase earlier was rigorous and attainable, but to watch our counselors work with students and say, hey, you're almost to this seal and this is your next step and this is the push forward that we're going to do, that's going to give that student a little more push to head toward their future. I also love the options and the flexibility that everybody keeps talking about. As a high school principal, watching students walk across the stage, I really, really hope that everybody has options when they leave our school that day after graduation. The number that you mentioned earlier, 76% of our students say they're going to go on to post-secondary education. Like if we hit that goal, if we get all 76%, we still have 24% of our kids who, when they walk across the stage, they need a purpose. They need a mission. They need that option so that they know that they're coming to school for a reason. We're struggling with attendance. We are struggling with engagement. This is that opportunity to bring those students back in. And our big word lately for us has been purpose. And I think old diploma versions were our purpose as educators, and this diploma is pushing toward their purpose. I wish Jericho was still here. I kind of shook his hand on his way out. I was wishing he could hear this, but did you hear the change in the tone of his voice when he went from doing a prepared presentation to talking about his job? Like, that is exactly what we're looking for each one of their kids. We found his purpose. His purpose wasn't to talk to you guys today and have that speech, but it was to be excited about where he's going next. So I think all those things tied together, I love where we're going, and I appreciate the work that you put in to get us there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brian Disney, Representative Chris Campbell, and Bartel Burge.
All right, well, good afternoon to Dr. Jenner and the board. Now that we've moved into the afternoon session, I'm Brian Disney. I'm currently the superintendent of Catholic schools in the Archdiocese of Indianapolis, where we have 68 schools across central and southeastern Indiana. Also work very closely with the Indiana Non-Public Education Association and a lot of the work that we do. I want to begin by going back to the literacy cadre and a couple of things on that. First off, I want to congratulate those schools that have made that tremendous change. The benefits of the cadre, we have that in many of our schools as well, and so that is a great benefit to our schools as we continue to provide that. What Marian University and their Vibrant Schools and CEL and UIndy does is just fantastic. And I also want to second Scott Bess's points about how getting everything aligned, including the funding with that, what a difference that makes when we do that. And I really see that coming together. When we went to the 3 buckets, however many years ago that was kind of a first step towards this alignment, and I see this as a continuation of that to make things better. Once again, appreciate all the listening, the work, everything that has gone on with the state board, the DOE staff, et cetera, and really pleased with the one diploma with 2 tiers of those 3 different kinds. BJ's question earlier about that, one of the examples that I have is if we have a kid who is going for the enrollment plus seal, or the enrollment seal, the first one, and they get a D+ in pre-calculus in the spring of their senior year. That student still deserves to graduate. As was mentioned a little while ago, that's a greater than our core 40 is today, and we have that right now. That would be one example. Another example would be a kid that may change after their junior year. They're just, one step away from this seal, whichever seal that is, and move into a different one. I would hate for that kid to not graduate because of that, because that ruins the flexibility, the permeability that we have talked about. So those would be my comments to BJ Watts about why that, to me, that is so important. A few suggestions as we look forward to those next steps. And once again, the framework is in great place, but just some tweak things. With the diploma, with the plus seals on a couple of them, we have the ICC, the Indiana College Core. I just want to bring up again that sometimes we get a challenge in that College Core because of the requirement that half the credits be from a single university, not from a single source. A kid could get all of those from AP, and they still wouldn't be able to do that. So I would encourage something to look at the ICC or equivalent courses as we look at that. I'm a huge proponent of CTE and the work that is there. However, access to CTE courses across schools is not always equivalent. So when we look at that, the first tier of the employment seal, I would encourage to look for things beyond CTE. Additionally, there are many careers that are not CTE that are valuable that our kids, we can have students that go to immediately afterwards and go. So once again, very supportive of the CTE, but think it needs to be expanded to other sorts of career opportunities that students may be pursuing in theirs along those lines. Third thing, and Ryan Hill mentioned this a little bit, we are also huge proponents of service-based learning in our schools. It's part of what we do and we do well, and we believe that it fits many of those same the same learning targets that we want from our work-based learning, and so we would like to see how that can be combined in together. We also understand that how service-based learning is defined in bucket 2, not all of those have that same currency that we're talking about in our high-quality service-based learning experiences, so would encourage you to look at that. And the last thing is, and I'll go back to the alignment of everything in the funding, is making sure that the school funding is available to all types of schools. It's invaluable for for public school corporations, for charter schools, for non-public schools, for all schools to have similar funding opportunities. We've seen it in the reading cadre, what a great thing it is to have that, and would like to see the same thing within these diploma requirements as well. So
Thank you, Brian, for your thoughts.
Thank you very much.
Representative Chris Campbell, welcome.
Hi. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm State Representative Chris Campbell, District 26, which encompasses West Lafayette and Tippecanoe County and includes Purdue University. So just a few comments. I was able to meet with families and local community members this past weekend, and they were very, very concerned about the GPS and GPS Plus. So very encouraged that it looks like a lot went into these new drafts, and I definitely will be taking this back to my community and getting feedback. And me, just right offhand, I kind of am a little bit concerned about the CTE, foreign language, arts, and world history as being, not necessarily required, and possibly the burden that this may still put on our counselors in making sure that kids are on the right track. I was very encouraged to hear that our universities and colleges are giving letters of support, being a Purdue graduate and being right next door to Purdue. A lot of our community does want to go there, and having it in your backyard, we want to make sure that those kids have those opportunities. So, like I said, I'm going to continue to talk to teachers in my community, families and parents that I know are very, very concerned about what the future holds for their kids, and want to make sure that it's, we don't want a one size fits all. So I like the fact that these new diploma seals will have some flexibility, and will continue to provide feedback.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative, for being here. I know you serve on our General Assembly, which is a lot of time in itself. And as you're out in the community, like in listening, anything that you can do to help with the messaging of the GPS and the GPS Plus are out.
Yes.
We have a new option, and really making sure we get good feedback on that. We would be very, very grateful. So thank you.
Also, serving on Ways and Means, I am concerned going into this budget for next year in how that's going to impact our education. As you know, an extra $1 billion was put towards vouchers this past session, and a lot of that was because of the additional funding from the American Rescue Plan. So knowing that those extra dollars are not going to be there, and this huge expansion of the vouchers that we're going to have to meet, I'm concerned about how this is going to play out, especially in our public schools. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm excited about how it's going to work out. I think we can work together, and we will. And I look forward to meeting with you throughout the next several months in preparation. So thank you. Bartell Burge.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Bartell Berg. I am a parent of 5 children, ages 6 through 15. I'm an educator of over 20 years. I'm a citizen of Indiana. I think that I drove from the furthest county away from Indy to comment here.
What's that?
Posey County, right next to Evansville.
Maybe, yeah.
The very last one.
Yeah. We're just Jefferson County, so I was challenging you on the Posey County.
And I'm also the vice president of the American Association of Teachers of German for Indiana. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for listening and for taking into account the public comments and feedback. Some of what I will say, I've altered it, but I was pleased to see some of the changes that I saw this morning. So when I learned of the proposed model with the 3 seals, I was worried. The seeming reduction of the high school diploma to employment, enrollment, or enlistment I see as problematic. I love the recognition of multiple pathways following high school graduation, but I have my concerns. So firstly, the role of public education is to build an educated citizenry to meet the challenges we face. And those challenges go far beyond those immediate individual goals. Secondly, I myself fit into 2 of those categories, and my sister fit into all 3. I appreciate what General Lyles said about the multiple seals, but I do worry that students will be pigeonholed into one. It is part of the beauty of our public education system that I took history and languages with friends who became firefighters and engineers, teachers, pastors, manufacturers, and entrepreneurs. It's my fear that the new pathways that de-emphasize languages, world geography, and to some extent even higher level math skills will leave my children and their peers unprepared to compete and excel in a 21st century economy. We need citizens, soldiers, and workers that have greater intercultural competence, not less. Allow me to speak about languages just a little bit. I'm passionate about it. A friend who's an engineer for one of the world's top automakers, he learned German beginning in high school. He would not be prepared or even aware of the opportunities available to him without the language courses that he had. We know from an Ipsos survey from 2022 that 90% of US employers relied on a multilingual workforce, 90%. And we also know from that same survey that 25% of US employers report losing out on business opportunities due to the lack of a multilingual workforce. Okay? So it's not just those students interested in going to college who need world languages. We all do. I appreciate that the board has incorporated language in the enrollment seal, but I am greatly concerned that this tracking will lead to a situation of haves and have-nots, where our schools with less resources simply do not prepare students for enrollment in higher education. Right? I could say a lot more as well about languages, but I will say that I became passionate about it because my father, who was a military reserve officer, shared with me that magical world. And I was inspired. I wanted to learn about it. I wanted to be able to communicate, right? Without that opportunity to learn languages in high school, I would not be able to do that. My parents actually arrived in Germany today. So I'll just just end with a little bit from Ludwig Wittgenstein, the eminent philosopher. He said, "The limits of my language are the limits of my world." And he also, and I think this is even more pertinent, it says, "The limits of my language are the limits of my mind." Without more robust support for intercultural learning, our state, our students, my 5 children will live in a world that is less free and more confined than the one we live in today. We can and must do better.
Thank you, Bartel. Representative Clinker. Denny Gavin, and then Elizabeth Tram. Representative Clinker, while you're walking up, I know as a past teacher passionate about reading, we had some good news.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you for having this meeting. I am a 34-and-a-half-year teacher, reading in English, in the Lafayette School Corporation, and also 15 years at Purdue University in the College of Education and Reading Recovery. A program that was expensive because it was one-on-one, but very valuable. My students that I work with had to speak in front of the school board, so you can imagine what kind of pressure that was, reading their books. But it was a program whose strategies we are still using in reading, so it was very worthwhile. Dr. Mary Beth Schmidt went to Champaign, Illinois to study the procedures for a year. So it's an important program and one that we're still using. But I came here to thank you for being open to changes. Katie, I appreciated talking to you on the steps of the State House.
We do a lot, don't we?
Yes.
Yes.
Just one-on-one, I appreciate that very much. And I'm delighted that you are willing to look at this because As a graduate of Broad Ripple High School, just a few years ago, Kay Binford called all of us to go there a couple of years ago, and the French teacher, whom was a very, very good teacher, I had Latin and French, wanted us to see the library. And unfortunately, we got stuck in the elevator on the second floor. So it was exciting. But we were able to see Broad Ripple and see what they're thinking of doing with that school. But what I can say is I just appreciated the arts there that were promoted and also encouraged. And I really appreciated the background they gave me, because I sang professionally for a little bit and then decided that life was not for me. I wanted to be an educator, so I went to Purdue and finished when my parents moved to Lafayette. But education was extremely important to me through my whole career. And I have a daughter who's a teacher at Edgelea in Lafayette with accelerated kids. And so I'm promoting be a teacher. I love that sign. I see that all the time coming back and forth. I'm so glad that we decided to put that sign up to encourage our young people. Just let me say, I had a bill as a member of the Education Committee. I'm one of 4 Democrats with Representative Delaney, Representative Tanya Pfaff, who's teaching right now, Terre Haute, and Dr. Vernon Smith up in the Northwest Indiana IU area in Gary. And I must say that I think we are struggling to keep people in our profession. And that really hurts me a lot to see people leaving. At Edgelea School, which is an accelerated school, 3 teachers left at semesters last year. That never happened when I was teaching. Never did teachers just leave in the middle of the year. But the work is just, they just don't feel like they can do the work properly and be able to continue with what they're doing for the children. And that saddens me very much. So I'm hoping that we can raise, I know we did raise the starting salary at $40,000, but I had a bill that was not heard. I'm on Ways and Means, and I've been a former vice chair with Representative Crawford a few years ago. But I have a bill that starts the starting salary at $60,000. Do you think that's reasonable, Superintendent?
I think I am all for increasing teacher compensation and benefits. I have always been. I think we need to work together to figure out what that looks like. But I was on the teacher compensation committee. You know this back when Governor Holcomb launched it, and that still is a very important topic that I think we need to think strategically about as a state. I feel like I'm in testimony now. You all don't see this, but the General Assembly, when we have a bill, you know this, Representative Klinker, I'm usually up there for like a couple hours.
I appreciate the fact that we were willing to do the $40,000, but with the retired teachers not receiving that 13th check for 1 year, it's back again. I think that people in Ways and Means that are in leadership are reticent to hear the $60,000 starting salary, but I'm hoping that will change when they find out that people are not entering our profession or that they're leaving at a semester break. I think maybe their minds might change. I'm hoping so. As a state rep that's been here several years, we have focused on education. I read all the tests that we're talking about, but we haven't really focused on salaries. And I think we have to do that to get our young people interested in our profession and certainly keep them to stay. I just appreciate all the hard work that you're doing and your open minds to changing because the honors diploma was very important to my children at Jefferson High School in Lafayette, and they were able to get a scholarship on the basis of that honors diploma and their work in the arts and other areas. So I'm hoping that you will look at that and bring back economics and the arts. It's very important to talk about history, economics, and financial literacy. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Representative Klinker. It means a lot to have you here, so thank you.
Do you have any questions for me?
I have a lot of questions for you, but we'll meet at the steps. How about that?
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It looks like it's Denny or Demi Garvin, Elizabeth Tram. Some people left. I think once they saw the proposal, they were like, okay, it's addressed. We saw them leaving. So Demi, all right, Elizabeth, okay. Michelle Stigler, okay, great. Michelle Stigler, Randy Hudgens, is Randy still here? Great, Randy. And Chris Kusnierek, are you still here, Chris? Super. And okay, great.
So when I wrote this, I started with good morning. Obviously, that needs to be revised.
Yes, welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Michelle Stichter Hayden, and I'm the mother of 3 Indiana high school graduates, and I work in education currently. I'm speaking on my own behalf, and I just want to thank you for some of the revisions that have been made to the diploma requirements. I think that this is a great stride forward. I also, as a person who teaches English a whole lot, I love revision. And I hope that you continue to revise and work towards something that works for everyone. First and foremost, I think the new diploma requirements seem to believe that middle and high school students know what they're doing and know what they want to be when they grow up. I'm really concerned about that because it ignores the reality of adolescence and young adulthood and human development. While these updated requirements are presented as part of the solution to the problems of student apathy, that issue, I think, really needs to be addressed very directly because it's not just a matter of students aren't interested in the classes that are offered in school. And looking at the seals, I laud the changes that make the pathways clearer. However, I'm very concerned that students will not be able to leverage any flexibility between, for example, the enrollment, employment, and enlistment seals when they desire to change pathways. Switching from the employment seal to the enrollment seal or the reverse will prove to be extremely difficult. And I know that this could partially be based on the German or Swiss models of education, but that tracked system is very problematic, and Germany and Switzerland have worked so hard to overcome some of these exact problems and still haven't found a very clear solution for themselves. And the emphasis on career readiness and work-based learning undermines the importance of academic subjects such as literature, history, and the arts. A balanced education is crucial for developing critical thinking, creativity, and cultural awareness, which are essential for the success in any field, and more importantly, in life in general. I think we need to remember that education is not just about getting a job. We are educating future citizens, and that part of citizenship is a much more well-rounded and robust thing than just checking off boxes towards graduation. One of the areas of the high school diploma requirements that's often discredited, for example, is the importance of foreign language learning. This coursework, in combination with world history, geography, fine arts, and other subjects, fosters what Mr. Berg talked about, which is intercultural competence. In our interconnected global economy, effective communication, enhanced collaboration, and linguistic and cultural competence are essential to not only an individual's, but to Indiana's continued growth. Without a workforce that understands the nuances that cultures present, Indiana will not attract and retain leading companies and employees in the future. Language classes are about more than just learning how to say the house is red in German or Spanish. I was a first-generation student myself, and my parents had a very sordid past. They were teen parents who graduated from high school long after I was born. And for my parents, it was really important that we all understood that we were going to college. It didn't matter what we chose, but we were going to college. When I was in 8th grade and told my parents that I wanted to go to the vocational high school, my dad said, "Oh, heck no." And my dad is a house framer, so for him to say that was a really hard thing for him to say, you know what, I want a different pathway for my kids. But they really counted on, because of their own backgrounds, they counted on that high school system of being able to put me on a path towards college. Because they didn't know what it meant. When they said in my senior year, you're going to college, I'm like, I don't know how to do that, and they didn't know how to do that either. So we really need to make sure that these pathways are clear for families, that they can choose and understand, but there's also this flexibility between the pathways so that if somebody's path changes, that's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's not that somebody's not going to graduate or something like that. And so I really think that that is important, because we need to understand the positions of lots of different types of families. Mm-hmm. It's not always a family that has a clear understanding of everything. My current research is in experiential learning and community engaged pedagogy, and I work with a lot of first generation families as well as newcomer families in the Indianapolis area. And they have a really difficult time understanding the different pathways that are available to their students. It's difficult for them to manage those changes, and I think that another important part of this is we're talking about these 3 areas, but I don't think that necessarily these proposals solve the problem of there not being a very robust vocational system in the high schools in Indiana. Not every township has an opportunity for students to pursue vocational areas in a lot of different areas, in a lot of different fields. So in conclusion, while the intention behind the proposed changes is commendable, I urge the board to continue to revise and redraft. It's essential to strike a balance between career readiness and academic development, ensuring that all students have the opportunity to succeed in their own chosen paths and become critically thinking, educated, and civically engaged citizens. And I think it demands repeating, education is not just about getting a job. So thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And I hope today I made that very clear that I am absolutely for college as well. Every student has their unique path. So thank you for sharing that. Randy, also while you're on your way up here, you mentioned, Michelle, studying the German model. I want to be clear, we are not studying Germany at all. We are studying Switzerland a bit, and we are studying some other states, and would be glad to speak to that in the future. And then the other, I think, really important point you mentioned is the permeability between pathways is essential and a key principle. So we'll continue to look at that and see how we need to refine. So, Randy.
Good afternoon, and I appreciate all those who've stuck around and such. I've sat through a Steve Baker faculty meeting and some football coach meetings that are a little bit longer, so I get used to it. I just wanted to start by telling a personal story. I put my twins on the bus this morning to go to elementary school. They started kindergarten last week. And that's, as a teacher of 20 years, that gives you a little bit different perspective when it's your own children that you are sending off and imbuing that trust in professionals. And so that gets me to thinking of, what the potential for their world-class education will be and whether they want to stay in the state of Indiana after they graduate, which I thought when we looked at the statistics, over 64% of young people enrolling and completing a dual credit class. And the question I asked is, are they going to stay in Indiana after? I know that goes way beyond this proposal, but I just want to keep that in mind. I hope this is one of my last board meetings that I have to attend for a while, and maybe it will be, because I'd rather be in the classroom. But I thought that my mission to advocate for students, families that entrust those students in our care, and the best people I know at Warren Central, my colleagues, that my place is here today. So I appreciate the work the board and the DOE has done. That gives us a lot of flexibility, and it assuages some of our fears, and I appreciated the opportunity for teachers to weigh in. We aren't always listened to as much by certain members of the state government, so we appreciate the input. I think the devil will be in implementing the details of this plan as it evolves. I want to make sure that this is a long-term program, not one that changes every 5 years, and so that's 20 years for me. So I've been through about 4 evolutions of different things, not to mention state testing. One thought is let's try to make sure that the seals are optional, not required. I can see schools maybe thinking that that's going to be the standard. You have to get this seal or one of these seals, but to offer the flexibility of just the general diploma as well. I'm not sure, I'm wearing my ISTA shirt. I'm not sure if it's proper for them to weigh in or support or what have you, but I would hope that they are a part of the dialogue as well. Again, I speak for myself and for my colleagues in the Warren Education Association and our department as well. Please assist our guidance counselors. I talked to some of them this week, and they're saying we're just getting used to what changed about 5 or 6 years ago. And also, I'm really worried about accessibility to the work-based learning and internships. I've taught in Columbia City, where Mrs. Rensler was my department chair. I've taught in Bluffton, where Steve Baker was my principal, and I've been teaching at Pike early in my career and at Warren Central High School. I know there's a lot of students in those different buildings that maybe will have certain challenges in getting that opportunity, so I hope that we're really looking towards breaking those barriers. Please be good to my econ friends and my world history friends. We want to make sure that they are vital parts of the teaching staff and their schools. My kids take global studies in kindergarten. I think that's one of the coolest things ever as a social studies teacher, so I would hope they have the chance to take world history in high school as well. Also, please try to make sure that folks that aren't in education don't meddle with this across the street. I want my children to get a world-class education, and I think we can do that in Indiana. I want to stay in Indiana the rest of my life. I hope that they want to as well, and I hope that this proposal allows them to do that when they get of that age. And I just appreciate the opportunity to speak and weigh in. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Randy. And I hope, too, we'd always welcome you to State Board of Ed meetings, but I understand you want to be in the classroom, and that's where we need you. Yes. So thank you for sharing that and all your dedication. And to the many teachers who have weighed in, we have hundreds of teachers. And William called that out earlier, but that really helped in the process. So thank you very much. Okay, Chris Kusnarek, James Schneck, Chapman Flack. Hi, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon now. My name's Chris Kusnarek. First of all, thank you guys, all members of the board, for all your hard work, listening, revising, and working to create something that's going to be great for graduates in the future. I'm here today not only as a parent, but also as a teacher. Before becoming a teacher, I spent 25 years in the manufacturing industry, and I'm currently a CTE precision machining teacher on a workplace specialist license. When I graduated high school in 1995, there was no prep for anything other than college. I left college, I got a few jobs. I started at the bottom of the machine shop, 25 years. I worked my way up about as far as I could go, and then decided it was time for me to do something different. So I took everything I've learned over the last 25 years, and now I'm trying to teach it to the next generation of skilled tradespeople. It's not for me about teaching them how to run and operate machines. It's about skills, life skills. Work ethic is a big portion of my grade. Attendance, punctuality, communication, all those things play into my program. I teach them how to write resumes, and every year they rewrite their resumes and update the skills that they'd learned the previous years. I teach them craftsmanship and take pride in everything they do, and I teach them how to manage failure, because it is a part of life regardless. How to overcome and learn from their mistakes. Valuable lessons regardless if they go to college or go into a trade or any other type of service job. I'm also a parent. I'm the proud father of two. Haley, my daughter, is a middle schooler at Career Academy up in South Bend. She's going to be graduating the 2029 year that this all takes effect. So I'm curious to see how that goes for her. My son Christopher here just graduated in May. On Friday, we're going to be taking him to Trine University. Christopher completed a healthcare pathway, received his CNA certification, graduated with technical honors, 5 chords, and several dual college credits. He is going to be majoring in applied health science at Trine University, like I said earlier. He will be attending Trine with what's combined academic and merit-based scholarships virtually tuition-free. Christopher is also a special education student who in a 5th grade IEP was told he would be lucky to graduate.
And look at you now. Amazing.
Christopher chose his major in healthcare because he has a passion for helping others. He's extremely compassionate and sympathetic towards everyone he meets. While in a CNA program, he had the opportunity to participate in clinicals as a part of the program. That time, he was able to assist Alzheimer's patients. He really enjoyed connecting with them, even though they may have thought he was a brother, cousin, uncle, or even a parent of them. This time afforded with these patients changed his path and moved him to pursue a degree in healthcare. All this because of the work-based learning experiences he had during his clinicals. Before transferring to Career Academy at the beginning of his junior year, Christopher was plagued with severe social anxiety. He would become physically ill. At one point, I know there's been a lot of discussion about attendance. He was missing 1 to 2 days a week on average. Career Academy for him was the solution. It's an environment of experiential learning, hands-on learning, and kind of creating your own path. With all the flexibility that has been talked about, has been pretty much adopted there already. By a month in, he was making excuses why he needed to go to school when he was obviously too sick to be there. So I think creating that environment of where kids have ownership towards their career path and their high school path, and the experiential learning, the hands-on learning, the work-based learning, I think that might just solve a lot of attendance issues because kids are going to be excited to go to school now. CTE pathways are not only for skilled trades, but also benefit those with college ambitions. They ignite passion for helping others, creating things, or designing something that might just change the world for the better. Work-based learning is beneficial for all, and the experience it gives them the opportunity to test drive careers before they must choose one. I thank you for taking the initiative to make work-based learning and experiential learning a central focus of the graduation requirements, and urge the board to adopt them as they are currently, or revised again. So thank you.
Remarkable story. Thank you for being here, Christopher, and congratulations on Trine University. We are rooting for you, and you may take care of several of us someday. So keep learning and growing. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Schneck?
Shank, ma'am, Shank.
Shank?
Yeah,
Chapman Flack? Rico? Ball State University? Thank you, Rico. And then last but not least, Terry Carney. James?
Well, I actually go by Jim. It's Jim Shank. I am the GOP nominee for State Rep, District 26, which is West Lafayette and its suburbs, including Purdue University, and two of the state's finest high schools, West Lafayette High School and William Henry Harrison High School. I had a very well-prepared 3 minutes prepared, but the target has moved a little bit, and thank you for a process that allows feedback and for the target to move. But as I've been going to talk in the homes of thousands of people in both school districts, the idea that you could possibly get an Indiana diploma and not be able to qualify to go to Purdue or hometown Purdue University was astonishing and appalling to almost everyone I talked to. There's some addressing to that, but I think I could stand corrected that I heard that it still may be possible for you to get an Indiana high school diploma and not qualify for many colleges, including Purdue. I may be wrong in that because I've only...
Yeah, I think you are.
Okay,
But that's okay. Let's keep hearing what you're saying.
What remains is you have not reinstalled an honors diploma.
It is there. It's the enrollment honors seal. That's the Indiana honors diploma.
Seals, what I'm getting at is it's not the actual diploma, it's the seals. And I'm not sure seals will translate throughout the state, and I'm even more concerned that it will not translate outside of the state. It almost feels like, well, my teacher gave me a gold star. An honors diploma speaks strongly. Now, you're making it easier for kids to get into Purdue or IU, but in my community, almost 97% of the kids, well, up to 97% of West Lafayette High Schools go to college. And not just to Purdue or IU. I mean, they are aspiring and going to the most prestigious universities in the country, Chicago, Stanford, Yale. And they're competing against the best students in the country, and the honors diploma does help them. The other concern I have is with smart students. Even with smart students who have ambition, they will take the easiest or most fun path. The easiest and most fun path may not include the curriculum that would be mandated in an honors diploma. You have to negotiate the curriculum, custom make it. Like the kids will take the easiest choice, the parents may be out of the loop, and counselors could be, in my history, they've already been pretty well overworked, and I think they're looking for even more work here in the near future based on some of the plans that are afoot. Also, the emphasis on work-based, also is concerned if classes you don't require, I think increasingly, probably not in West Lafayette, but in many places, if those classes aren't required as part of some curriculum program, some of the more niche classes or the more difficult classes will end up not being offered in some school districts, and that's going to hurt some kids who have aspirations. Also, a little concerned about the emphasis on work-based learning. Michelle spoke a couple slots before me. The whole purpose of high school is not to get a job. And I don't want high school to become a trade school, even more for kids who have no future at a four-year college, even more so for them, because it'll be the last chance that they have to learn many academic specialties and not things that they can then learn when they're 18. There's no job you're going to put my 16-year-old in that they can't then go in that work environment when they're 18 after they have their own diploma. And 2 courses I would recommend. Geometry is still not being required. I've taught algebra. That's not the good stopping point for math for anyone. Geometry has real life skills, but more importantly, it teaches you how to think. It teaches you to see truth, identify truth, and systematically ascertain what is or is not true. And in an age full of disinformation, that ability is key in any field once you're an adult. And I don't know how you do this, but I would expand the ROTC for junior ROTC program as extensively as you can. I was in the largest JROTC program in the nation, 666 cadets, and the 6 areas you were talking about that included leadership, cooperative, everything is in that program, and you can't make kids do it. I don't know how you expand it, but ROTC, an expanding of ROTC would accomplish a lot of the goals that you were speaking out before you actually unveiled this newest plan. So that's my contributions on the fly today.
Thank you, Jim.
Take care. Bye.
And next we'll have Chapman, and then Jim, while Chapman's coming up, a couple things. JROTC, my understanding from General Lyles is there's a federal limit on how many. Otherwise, we would love to expand. You also mentioned school counselors. 100% agree. We got their letter of support, and we'll continue to work with them. And thank you very much for being here. We are taking note of all of your other thoughts as well. Chapman.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm basically nobody. I come from...
You are someone, yes, you are. We're glad to have you.
I come from Lafayette, and I was not reading the Indiana Register in June, so I've had a lot less time to digest any of this than you have. I was in Representative Campbell's meeting this weekend, and so I've had even less opportunity to digest what was just shown here this morning. And my perspective might be a little unusual. I am not an educator. I am not a parent of any Indiana student. I had the great privilege some years ago to be able to help a low-income single mom who was my neighbor register her kid for the 21st Century Scholars Program, which was not automatic at that time. There was this sort of mad scramble to get paperwork signed. And then I leaned back for 4 or 5 years and watched this kid kind of blossom because, you know, that 21st Century program had requirements that spurred aspirations that gave a reason to go after that Core 40 diploma when a kid from her circumstances might have said, why bother? And, you know, later, one of the people she invited to her senior honors banquet was her Japanese teacher, who had believed in her throughout her time there and expanded her sense of the world. And, you know, even with the Core 40 and that help, her next transition was neither unintimidating nor stress-free, but it was possible. And she ended up later, she has found work that she loves, doing something she never would have foreseen earlier, in financial trust administration, where one of her responsibilities is seeing that other scholarship monies get to current generation students making their start. So that's the kind of a story that the 21st Century Scholars Program makes possible. And as I was sitting in the meeting this weekend looking at the earlier draft, I was trying to picture how the requirements of that program would be tweaked to fit the earlier draft, and it perplexed me. And I think what I saw this morning perplexes me less, which pleases me. And I just still want to emphasize that I am interested in how those will work together. And Jim Schenk stole my thunder on the last point, unrelated point that I wanted to make. I also remember geometry as the first class I had in school that taught me how to construct and rigorously verify a logical argument. I mean, the first that gave me an inkling that that was a thing that a person could do. And, you know, that important transferable skill of critical thinking is about a lot more than that, but that's certainly part of it. And so I would hope that for the people who will not be getting geometry maybe in their pathway, that something somewhere else in the curriculum is able to supply that as rigorously as you can get it in geometry and math beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chapman. Rico, followed by Terry.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education. Thank you very much for the hard work that you've been working on the high school diploma with design, and I'm incredible and really encouraged how that it was the second draft was improved. And my name is Reiko Habuto-Irereji, and I am an assistant professor and a program manager of world languages at Ball State University. And I am also a proud mother of 4 children. The oldest is in college and the youngest is in elementary school, and who were born and raised here in Indiana. And they have been public schooled, private schooled, and even homeschooled throughout their education. Today, I speak to you from both the personal and professional perspective on the critical importance of foreign language instruction in our high schools. As we all know, the benefits of the learning a foreign language extend far beyond the ability of communicate with the speakers of other languages. Research has shown that foreign language study enhances cognitive abilities, improving memories and problem-solving skills, and even creativity. These skills are vital in today's rapid changing world, where the abilities to think critically and adapt to new challenges is more important than ever. Furthermore, foreign languages instruction depends students' understanding of their own language. That deepens the understanding of their own languages and culture. And by comparing and contrasting the languages, and students gain the insight into the nuance of their native tongue and then the cultural context that shapes it. This reflective process builds a stronger sense of identity and cultural awareness, which are critical for promoting mutual respect and understanding in our increasing diverse society. As a mother, I want my children and all the Indiana's children to be prepared not just for the academic success, but for life in a global community. And this is where the principle and practical benefit of the foreign language education comes into play. According to the studies by the American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages, and also the Indiana Language Roadmap, 90% American-based companies rely on the multilingual employees. Most colleges and universities in Indiana around the nation require students to have at least 2 years of foreign language instruction and before accepting them. Moreover, the military offers significant financial incentives, 100 to 500 more per month for those who speak 2 languages, and up to 1,000 more for those who speak 3 or more languages. The Department of Defense even invests $15 million annual in federal grants to improve the world language programs in their schools and in those with the JROTC programs. Given these facts, I urge you to consider that the following additions to the new high school diplomas, which that you have been already updated, and I am very thankful. And I am sorry to be redundant for some of the people already represented here as well. The first one is to add the 4 credits of the world languages instruction, which I am very grateful that you already have revised, and it was back to the owner's seal. Owner's enrollment seals. I'm very thankful. However, I would like to see all the students to receive benefit of the world language instructions, including the students receiving only the general diploma. And second addition, that I would encourage to incorporate the global engagement and competencies capstones into the employable skills. And this ensures the students to develop the cultural and the global awareness needed to thrive in the diverse world. Number 3, include the certificate of the multilingual education. This recognizing that the values of the multilingualism in our students' education. These additions will not only enhance our students' academic experiences, but also better prepare them for the demands of the global workforce, the higher education, and the civic life. In conclusion, foreign language education is not just about learning to communicate. It's about equipping our students with the cognitive, cultural, and practical skills they need to succeed in the interconnected world today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rico. Terry Carney.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Got here before breakfast, but happy to be here.
Thank you.
I'm the
for
last,
being-
right?
You are.
I will be fast because many of my colleagues have echoed some of the points I will make. So I am Terry Carney. I've been teaching at Butler for 29 years in the Modern Language Department, and I'm a Spanish professor. I speak for myself today, not for the institution. I was also a public teacher in Brooklyn in the 90s, and I'm the mom of an IPS graduate. So I'm familiar with IPS, and we've been living here a long time. I'm also the faculty advisor to one of the newest majors at Butler, which is the multilingual major in my department. And it's for students who want to study 3 or more foreign languages. And we started that, I think, in 2019, and we now have approximately 20 majors overall. It fluctuates every year. But the point is that Indiana students want to study foreign languages. They want to be citizens of the world, right? They don't want to just, they love Indiana, but they also want to be connected, I think, globally. And I want to say that our outstanding multilingual major this year is from Indianapolis. He's a non-traditional student. So he went and did other things beforehand. And in fact, he came back for languages after serving in the military and living abroad and working. So he is a testament, sort of evidence, right, of the point that many of the previous speakers have made, that these tracks sort of work, college, or military, they overlap, and they should not be rigidly divided, I think, in high school. And so he did all three. Many students will do two or more than one. And his personal dream, and I appreciate that language, because we have to nurture the young people's dreams, and we have to bring them into high school with dreams and wanting to be there. So I know that we agree on that for sure. But his was to do all three, right? So I came to speak against the previous version, right, to the high school diploma requirements, and I'm still digesting these updates, but I would urge the board to reconsider the decision to make foreign language optional in the standard high school degree. We know that top universities require foreign language. We know that employers and military value foreign language skills, as previous speakers have highlighted before me. One of the purposes of high school is to provide our young people with a safe space for personal growth. Sure, creating pathways to a future is also key, and we want our kids to have jobs and good lives. But discovering passions and changing directions, making mistakes or failing, right? These are all essential to the high school experience. And that's what really creates, I think, fulfilled and resilient human beings who are going to be the future citizens of our state and our country. So to ask young teenagers to make decisions about their future, decisions that could possibly foreclose, close doors or create obstacles going forward, runs counter, I think, to this central purpose of high school. As a college professor, I can tell you that the average student changes majors and career paths quite a few times, right, while in college. And we're okay with that. We're there to help them. But to force that decision, I think, earlier in life is to create what could be an irreparable disadvantage for our students, our high school students, who might foreclose on possibilities or dreams that at that moment they didn't imagine for themselves. So the proposed changes, I think, have the potential, even with the updates, and again, I need to spend more time with it. I'm so grateful that there are updates, so thank you for that. But I'm afraid that we might deepen this false divide between whether it's like intellectual, vocational, or academic, military, these sorts of dichotomies. We don't want to, I think, bring back the unwanted aspects of what could be seen as like educational tracking, right? And I'm heartened, like my colleague, to hear the comments by the general about how we can see these seals as overlapping and people can do more than one, and that gives me hope, right? And I'll need more time to study the new document. But tracking in any form, right, despite being a prominent part of the American educational system, historically has had negative effects on low-performing students, first-gen students, students who make the wrong choices, right? And it could have stark racial and socioeconomic implications. So these are implications that I hope we will not inadvertently duplicate, right, with this proposal, with the three tracks that are now under the seals. Finally, when we talk about what we want to see from graduates who enter the workforce or even the military, as my other colleagues, I think, brilliantly pointed out, we talk a lot about transferable skills, and that includes soft skills like adaptability, creativity, multicultural competence, emotional intelligence. These are the skills that we develop, right, when we study languages, reading, poetry, history, communications, maybe geometry. I love geometry. This diploma, as I'm seeing it here, makes foreign language optional, or at least dependent on good counseling and foresight, which is not always available to our students. And I'd be interested to know what Lilly, Roche, or Cummins think about the proposed changes, as they are key businesses, right, who are hiring these international employees coming from rigorous multilingual educational systems. So finally, America's education system is already struggling to compete globally. We see this when we get transfer students in college from around the world, whose skills, especially in math, science, and languages, are off the charts compared to many Indiana students. Let's keep pushing our students academically while also creating flexible pathways for their future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Terry. Before concluding, thank you, Terry. Before concluding, just a couple points to make sure the room, the core 40 in Indiana, which was the side-by-side, and again, I know I've had a lot of time with this diploma to review and have been way in the weeds, but I encourage you to look at this as you're providing comments. The core 40 world language was always optional. Always optional. The diploma we're looking at, it would be optional. The enrollment honors seal, which is very similar to the academic honors diploma, almost exactly the same, world language is required. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Core 40 was always optional. The base diploma is optional. The enrollment honors seal, world language is required. Academic honors seal, foreign language required. So just want to, again, I've had a lot of time with this. So it's easy for me to pick up on those, but just trying to point those clarifications out. So some of you will be very, very excited that next month we're going to shift topics. And I mean, maybe a few of you might be excited. It's been a lot. And we're going to really dig into absenteeism a bit more. We gave the board an update last year in the fall about chronic absenteeism. Dr. John Keller has led the build, and we actually were asked to present this at the White House, which it was presented there. But it's a real-time absenteeism dashboard that we now have in Indiana. So we are going, it's super cool. We are going to present that and share that forward, and then we will open it up to be transparent for everyone to see. But we'll start with that presentation in September. But again, just to echo, I tell you what, this has been a journey and a process, but it's been really, really, really important and valuable to hear from Hoosiers across our state. And I can't thank you enough. So this is the second draft, and we are still absolutely on pace where we will adopt a new high school diploma rule in November or December. We'll see where we are. But many, many thanks. Keep the comments and thoughts coming when you have time to digest it. And thank you to the board members. I know you've spent hours and hours. Our comms team, I didn't shout them out early. Courtney, Brooke, Molly, you've spent hours as well. Many thanks to you. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Aye.
All in favor? We are adjourned.